All right. Party people, let's get down to business. Assuming that we can do that. So, we're in the mine. We finally found the mine. And the current order of business, because our friend that we were expecting to find up here with the memo that will tell us what the keypad of the prison is, because he's not outside, around here anywhere, I can only assume that that means he's somewhere inside. And so now we begin to delve deeply and begin to delve greedily. We have a whole bunch of these torches that we're carrying around. We're going to hope that we can maybe find a storm lantern. But it's time to just go in. So this way, we have the collapsed entrance. This way is a storage little shed, and this way is deep down into the mine. Just need to be a little bit careful not to let these torches run out on us, because we already used a match to light a fire outside to pull these from. I'm not entirely sure what to expect here. I do remember that this was pretty involved in the campaign, but I don't remember it well enough. I'm hoping there are no... Whoa. Oh, the water. I'm hoping that there are no gas pockets here. Let's see, okay. Oops. Can we get back up here? Are we stuck? No, we have to go back.
My feet.
Guess we're getting wet tootsies, huh? Yeah. Let's stay out of the water. Alright, so let's stick to the right first, because I feel like this might be a little bit labyrinthine in here. So let's just go right at every opportunity. Alright, what is this? Mine shafts, warning, mine site, authorized access only. Well, I think I just authorized myself. Okay, here, elevator crank.
Candy.
Oh. Oh, this is a little bit concerning. Because that means this might be a quite substantial location. Okay, well, we'll cross that bridge. I guess we're already on it. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Too much stuff to carry.
Only thing I could dream of finding right now is a storm lantern. I did not need to pick those things up. Those are kind of heavy. On the plus side, I'm pretty sure there's only the one exit. And that means we can just drop everything on the way out. Or towards the way out, I should say. So right here. Drop all the heavy extras. Food, water, that's fine. And we have this crank. And the crank really ought to only be useful here. So let's explore whatever floor we're on first. We can go into the elevator later if it even works. And that's... that's it for exploring the floor, I suppose. Alright, I want to better... Oops. Didn't notice there was a coal here. Let's get these coals in case we need to make more torches later. I want a better torch in case it continues to burn as we are going down the elevator. Alright. Let's do this. Can we go up? Let's try going up first, and no, we can only go down. Let's be quick about it. I am kind of worried that there's going to be poisonous gas in here somewhere. That would be something of a problem. And this is quite spooky by torchlight. Got half a mind to wait for an aurora and hope that there's interior lighting. Okay, here we go. Let's exit. Welcome, Stephanie. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm a little bit concerned in my current predicament, though. So, whether I will remain fine... Oh, my goodness. Here we go. I was looking for a storm lantern. That makes our life a lot easier. Well, I just started, and we'll see how it goes. But so far, it's alright. Okay, lots of coal. Kind of want to pick up the coal. It'd be a waste to leave it behind. Have you ever played this game before, or do you even recognize it? This is kind of possibly... I don't actually know what to expect here, but it might be a precarious situation. Oh. Oh, this is not great. This is not great. I've been playing this... So this is like a survival-esque kind of game, and I've been playing this particular run for a while now. But as far as playing the game more broadly, simultaneously a long time and not very long at all. Actually, hold on. Do we have... I was worried that there would be poisonous gas in this area. But I think we might be okay. I do occasionally. Not on stream yet. But I do play some other things. Oh, this looks like...
Freezing water.
Is this poisonous gas? I think it might be. Okay, let's actually prepare a little bit. First order of business. New torch. Second order of business. Don't go into the poisonous gas so lustily. Okay, well, you're free to stick around if you'd like. I mean, obviously, right? This is a public location. Currently, I'm looking for maybe someone with a memo somewhere in this mine. Probably dead already. But we're looking. And not finding yet. But not doing too poorly either.
Feet are drenched.
Okay, what did... And it keeps wiggling like that. I don't like that. Oh, expedition parka. That looks pretty nice, actually. Take the matches. Always take the matches. Okay. I was hoping that this wouldn't be quite as deep as it looks like it's going to be. What can we do? I think... We'll keep following this tunnel. Yeah, it keeps bumping like that. What is that? I hope things aren't going to collapse or something. That wouldn't be good. That would not be great. But on the plus side, there's a lot less poisonous gas than I was expecting, like I mentioned. Because normally in the campaign, you have to manually open up all of these air funnel things, as opposed to them being, it looks like, already all open. Yeah, no handle valve, that's fine. Okay. Use up some of these torches. That's a dead end. Like I mentioned before, and perhaps I didn't mention it this time, but I suspect that wherever this guy ended up with this memo that we're looking for is going to be probably hidden away in somewhere that's going to be a pain to get to. Which I'm hoping doesn't mean through... Yeah, we just went in. We just went in, Finn. So, we went in the mine a little bit, and there wasn't much on the first floor. But there was a hand crank elevator, and we're down in basement level 1 now. In the campaign, and this is a little bit of a spoiler, but in the campaign there's a whole bunch of poisonous gas in all these areas, and you have to kind of sprint between regions before you suffocate. and open up all these air vents. But it seems like they're having a little bit of mercy in the survival mode, because the air vents seem to be already open, except for one location. There's one off branch that looks like it has poisonous gas. Hello, Haley. Welcome. We're trying to not suffocate in this mine. Yeah, here. I think this is the way that had... or does this go back to the elevator? Here we go. This. This is looking suspiciously like poisonous gas. And so, hopefully it'll tell us before we start suffocating. And that fell into the water. Luckily, we are not completely screwed. We actually don't need a bunch of these torches now, because there was a storm lantern that we found. So we can use the storm lantern and all of this light that we have. What else can we drop? This is kind of heavy. Okay, here's what we do. We head back to the elevator. Hold on, I got turned around. We head back to the elevator.
Damn it.
Drop as much stuff as we can, and then we go and try to see what the hell's going on in that little suffocating cubbyhole. Happy Wednesday indeed, Haley. Happy Wednesday. So we can eat, we can drink, we can drop as much as we can. Because if we get stuck in a pocket of poisonous gas and we can't move quickly, we're not going to have a good time. Okay, now where is that elevator? It should be right here. Yeah, we're doing... Hold on. I think we've got an Aurora. Yeah, I think we have an Aurora right now. So let's actually... I wonder if there's anything interesting in here. Let's be quick. Okay, here is the... Yeah, this guy is the hand crank elevator. So what we can do... We can eat some food, we can drink... We can maybe drop a little bit of this water and drop some of the things that we picked up. Okay. Okay, what do we have extra? We have this extra. We have some of this food. We can drop a little bit of water. I want to be very aggressive in dropping things here. And actually, hold on. Hold on, I think I'm about to big brain this. Oh, that's not what we wanted. I did not mean to click to go into the elevator. Okay, here we go. Okay, so sometimes my internet connection decides it doesn't want to fully survive. So at the end of the last stream, basically, from the time that you mentioned that there were audio issues, really the only thing I did was find the entrance to the mine and gather all of the materials, all of the stuff that I found outside of the mine. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oops, I did not mean to press that. Okay, we're in serious business. So what I did at the end of last stream was I found the entrance to the mine, I lit a fire, I cooked a bunch of food, and I boiled a bunch of water. And that's really where we left it. Okay, we don't need this, we don't need this. We don't need all this coal. We can drop most of this coal. Okay, I feel like Wednesday is a weird day to ask how the weekend was. But yeah, weekend was fine. You know, a little bit warm, but I guess that's the case for everyone these days, right? Everyone is experiencing extreme heat. Okay. Yeah, let me see. So, yes. I've never really used the flashlight, so I wanted to confirm right now the battery is charging while the flashlight is off during the aurora. I didn't know if that happened or not. Okay, so let's be quick about this. One,
Cold water.
I don't want to keep standing in this frozen water because it makes my tootsies wet. I'm sure you could guess based on the accent. And yeah, this is not looking great. Okay, suffocation risk. Let's be quick about this. Let's be very quick as possible. Okay, so I am... Actually, why don't you take a guess? I think maybe this is looking clear. Okay, good. This is clear, but there's also water. Let's not go into this water. I think that would be a bad idea. Okay, so I don't think... Alright, this pocket of poisonous gas is not so dangerous, I think, because there's that little... Oh shoot. That's not great. That is not great. We can take the lantern fuel. Alright, we need to make some decisions here. We need to make some decisions. I think our only option is to hope that we can go down that elevator, or up the elevator, whichever direction it is, quick enough that we can find another pocket of air before we suffocate. Just remember, did I... Okay, we still have the elevator crank. Okay. Let's go and be quick about it. So this is one of the times I really would use sprint. So if up is an option, we go up. If down is an option, if it's the only option, okay, we have to go... We can go up. This is fantastic. Well, I mean, the weather is nice, though. California and the weather is nice is just redundant. Okay, we're safe. We are out of the poison gas. I don't remember where this elevator ends us up. It's probably pretty dark on your ends. Okay, here we go. There we go. We'll exit. So this place right here, this is at least a 3-level elevator. This is a middle level, and it would let us go up. Yeah, there looks like there's one more level up there. Let's see what's going on over here first. Okay, walking over this frozen, delicious, crunchy water. And looking for all the goods. Where is our dude with the keypad code to the secret door inside the prison? Where is he? He's got to be somewhere here. This is the mine that was promised. Perhaps here. This looks like a pretty big area. And when this flashlight gets used up, because you've got that Pacific regulation, not too warm, not too cold, why don't you brag about it? Once the flashlight gets used up, we can swap to the storm lantern. All right, in fact, this might be the time to do it. Yeah, literally just pleasant. The entire state is buoyed off of the nice weather that you guys have. Okay. Now, we are getting a little bit low on the fatigue meter, so we're getting tired. I want to use as much time at night as possible, so we can make use of the flashlight during this aurora. Is this... Well, it's pretty hot here. Pretty darn toasty, actually. And that goes with the weather. And apparently that's also true for anyone... Aha! Could it be a loose leaf paper with handwriting sprawled on it? Found the backpack I was looking for. I expect you'll be along soon to read this. The workshop's code has got to be 3445. Meet you back down at the gate so we can crack open that shop when the lights show up again. I just gotta check something out on the lower level. Well, obviously, this guy went to the lower level and it didn't end up well for him. Based on my accent, where would you guess? Where would you guess? Snow pants and... There's just good stuff in here. fantastic stuff. It might not be better than the deerskin, another storm lantern. That is completely redundant. Okay, we can use that. We can probably take the torch. Today is summer. And that means we can do a little bit of streaming. But as far as holiday is concerned, not as such. Not as such. Okay, let's not fall down this mine shaft, hopefully. Like it sounds like this dude did. Yeah, that looks like a one-way fall down there. Let's not. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else worth mentioning on this floor? I don't think there is. I suspect there's not. And that is probably a cheeky little bit that we can fall in case there was not enough light to see. Yeah, this is definitely not OSHA approved. Okay, this little thing here looks like it's a trap because it doesn't go anywhere and I don't see anything to get up there. So let's not even check. But yeah, that is it's definitely not safe kind of a thing to be working with, Finn. Oh yeah, based on the accent, definitely hit that one on the head with that nail. Okay. I am pretty confident that this level of the mine just has this one room in it. Unless this continues. Yeah, so usually that kind of thing doesn't happen. At least as far as I know, there's nothing like it that happens in the survival mode. But at the same time, I've never been into this mine before, so I don't trust it to not happen. Is there anything cheeky up here? It looks like there might be a little bit of something. Yes. But did we come? Yeah, okay, this is just another way around there, so we don't need this. I remember in the episodes when you come into this mine, there's this huge song and dance, and there's a whole bunch of puzzles and danger zones with basically poisonous gas in different regions of the mine. Actually, hold on. I just want to make sure that there is nothing else off to the right here. And I think not. Thank you, I made it myself. Scuffs and all, as I keep saying. Okay, this level of the mine is, in my opinion, completely searched. So that means we can go back to the elevator, and there was one more level higher. Exactly. So we did just find what we came here for. We did just find the memo that tells us the keypad code. So now we just want to see what is in the next level up, and is there another way out from here? I don't think there is, but it might be worth checking anyway. And we've already found some pretty good stuff. Yeah, so we've already found some pretty good clothing. For example, snow pants are pretty dang good. So we can actually, and you might not be able to see all this on, let me move things over so if anyone's on mobile, they can see. So we can go back into the inventory. Let me just scooch this over real quick. Here. Okay. So, pant stats. Down here, there's this little asterisk. That's the condition of the thing. And the warmth bonus is the thermometer. The wind chill bonus is the little blustery signs. And then there's a waterproofness and a basically a protection, like a shield. And also how much slower it makes you. Well, it doesn't make you slower. It makes it harder to sprint. But the warmth and the windproofness, those scale and degrade as the condition degrades. So this is about 55% condition, which means we can basically double these values to figure out how good this would be if it was 100% condition. So it would be something like 3 Celsius bonus for the warmth, and maybe 2.5 Celsius bonus for windproofness. Compare that to our deerskin pants. These things look like they'll probably go to about 2 Celsius for warmth and 2 Celsius for windproofness. And these also, the deerskin pants weigh 2 kilograms, and these only weigh 1 kilogram. So these snow pants actually, I think, might be better than the deerskin pants, except for the waterproofness and the protection level. And what else do we have for pants? We have combat pants as well. The combat pants are 2 Celsius for warmth and 0.5 Celsius for windproof and 7 defense. So the snow pants are actually really good for warmth. They're pretty dang decent for windproofness. The only thing they lose out on against the other things that I'm currently wearing are windproofness, waterproofness, I meant to say, and protection. So these snow pants, if we can fix them, I might actually switch out the deer pants, because the deer pants are so heavy. Good protection, but they're so heavy. And we have other things for defense, like these wolfskin coats. Okay. Let me move this panel back to the middle here. Okay, and to finally answer your question, Haley, kind of, but not really. As far as 3D modeling is concerned, this is really the only thing I've made so far. Okay, and we can do the elevator in the darkness. I have been meaning to do a short little stream where I fix the muzzle of this thing, though, because it's a little bit too cylindrical for my intentions. Hopefully, okay, I think this is... No, I've gone too far up. Unless... Hold on. No, here we go. Okay. I thought I'd gone too far up, but it turns out it was exactly as up as I had intended. Flashlight. Oh no, the flashlight. One of two things happened. Either the aurora ended, or the flashlight battery just drained, but I think the aurora probably ended. Okay, but that's fine. We have enough storm lanterns and enough fuel to pretty much explore as long as we wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, so let me see if I can get it to wiggle around some. There's I need to figure out how the physics work in the programs I use to render this. Because right now I just kind of have the tail wiggling a little bit behind me, and I'm not entirely sure how that happened. But for now it works. So I've actually got a I have a cat in real life, and I've actually got a picture of his cute little snout that I think I'm going to model it off of. But references for the panels, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. What panels we're talking about. Okay. I'm not sure where this tunnel is going to end up. Well, his name is Jack, and it's short for Jumpin' Jack Flash. Because he has certain, well, when I acquired him, he had a certain habit. Okay, where exactly does this go? Let's get some more coal. Twitch panels. I'm too much of a noob to actually know exactly what that is as well. A Twitch panel. What's a Twitch panel? Yeah, I actually don't know where this is going, because I'm pretty sure there's only one exit to the mine, and this isn't leading towards it because we entered from the one exit, and there were no branching paths. So where this is going is a mystery to me. But it said exit this direction, I thought. Or is this just leading deeper into the mine? It looks like it might be... Oh, hold on. There was that one time that we only went right. And maybe this is where we go when we went left. Unless... Have we been here before? I am very confused. I am extremely confused. Alright, I do see there's some light. Does this just lead us back? It might. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Hold on, now I'm confused. Okay. I think I know what must have happened, but I don't know how it happened. There must have been another elevator shaft, but that elevator shaft didn't have the elevator at the shaft. And so we had to go around this way.
Something's making me feel tired.
Yeah, this is just one big donut, but there was a one-way trip. Okay. But I think, that's a dead end. Wait, hold on. One? No, that's a knot. I'm very confused right now. I am extremely confused. Okay, there it is. I think I'm understanding now. That must be what we just came up. This over here is the one we went down in, which means there must just be a way around to the other side. Okay, I think we've snatched everything to snatch in this mine. So let's eat a little bit, drink a little bit, because we are pretty overweight. That's why we're walking so slowly. And then let's leave the mine. I think we're done here. In fact, I'm almost certain we're done here. Okay. What I will do, though, just in case, for whatever reason, we do find a way back here, or needing to come back here, we have 2 storm lanterns. I'll leave one behind. Okay, so, yes, here we go. I think, yeah, this is where we came from, and we went right only first. If we had gone left, we would have gone around and found the place we can't go in. But that means, hold on. There is... Oh, wait, let me think. Okay, hold on. We need to decide what to do. We need to decide what to do with this elevator crank. We need to decide, is this elevator crank only useful in this mine for these elevators, or will there be somewhere else we can use it? Here's my thought. My thought is we take it with us. Because I'm so confident that we're never going to have to come back here. The only reason we would ever want to come back here is if it turns out to be a good source of charcoal. But the problem with coming back here for charcoal is getting enough for it to be worth it would be heavy. And there are 2 climbing ropes we have to go through. We have to climb up to get here, which makes the cost of coming here extremely high. I'm almost certain there must be better places to get charcoal, especially since we found a cave system last stream. Yeah, I'm very confident that we can just hoover up everything here and leave. In fact, we're probably not even going to be able to take all the charcoal that I dropped somewhere. I probably already lost track of it. On account of, we do need to be under our carry limit. Okay, so we're close enough to the exit. Let's refill these lanterns, because we do have... These lantern fuel things have a little bit of intrinsic mass to them, and if we refuel the lanterns, we can if we refuel the lanterns, we can, I guess this will actually basically use all the fuel. We can get rid of that extra carry weight, or that dead weight. Okay, refuel you. Okay. That's fine. We'll leave behind the full lantern. There's that jerry can that's at Cook's farm. We can use that if we need it. Yeah, so, Haley, I don't actually have a, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't have a Discord set up right now. But eventually, if I get around to it, I'll take a look. But for now, is this? No, this is food. For now, I'm just going with the kind of sort of handmade sort of a feel for things. Yeah, no. Definitely don't have a server set up. I don't think I've even set up a profile yet. We can sleep. Oh man, this is another situation where we need to be pixel perfect to find the spot we can sleep. All right. Do all the sleeping, and in the morning and during daytime, we can take an account of the things we can bring back with us. Okay, pick this up, and let's head outside where it's bright and sunny. Okay. Well, we left... I don't mind. There's a bunch of clutter that we left. Yeah. When I get around to it, I'll definitely see if I can do that. But for now, I'm a Discord noob. Okay, we've got coal. There's plenty of water here. I might even drop some of this food in case. Well, let's pick up all the things and see what kind of weight we're dealing with.
Not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
We want at least one empty can. We have a can. We don't need these tools if we're going to have the quality tools. We need to drop 10 kilos worth of stuff. It's actually kind of a lot. Well, for starters, we can eat food. That's the first order of business. First order of business is eat and drink. Second order of business, I think, is harvest these wool shirts. Because the cloth weighs less than the shirt does. It's not a lot, but it's a start. Next order of business is, can we use these cloths to do any repairs? And I think we can. Let's just harvest as much as we can. There's no problem with loitering here for a day. Yeah, we can also... Yeah. We'll harvest this for the cured leather. That's enough cured leather. And I think we have enough scraps to recreate our improvised crampons. We'll keep the snow pants. In fact, let's actually repair the snow pants. Because that will use a cloth and get our weight down even farther. All right, ski jacket. This is, let's see. Well, they're not broken. They're just threatening to break. They're very low condition. So the thing is, they are so nice for not spraining an ankle or a wrist on steep hills. And I think they also give you a bonus to going up and down mountaineering ropes. They're so nice to have that I am dreading the possibility of not having them, is the issue. So they're not broken. I just want to make a new pair because they're kind of bad. All right, ski jacket. This probably goes to 2 Celsius and 2 Celsius compared to our wolfskin coat, which is 4 Celsius and 4 Celsius. So the ski jacket is... I don't think that's good enough to keep. But the question is it bad enough to harvest? Let's find out. Yeah, I'll take a look at Instagram the next time I'm on. And I'll see what's up on that front, Haley. Okay. We don't actually need to bring really any of this coal back with us. We don't need the accelerant. We don't need the tinder plug. Still 6 kilograms. We don't need the antiseptic. Actually, we kind of need the antiseptic because we only have one old man's beard wound dressing. And we're kind of low on the old man's beard lichen to make more. In fact, we don't have any right now. 6 kilograms. Where can we lose 6 kilograms? Well, I suppose we can leave this low-quality hatchet. That'll take us a ways. We can drop the partially used spray paint as well. What else can we ditch here? I would drop the elevator crank, but I want to keep it just in case. Just in case. It might be a huge mistake, but I want to keep it. Well, we can eventually drop all this water and maybe even this meat. Maybe even some of this food. Yeah, I think we can drop food as well here. So these guys we can drop. Feels very un-Canadian to drop some maple syrup. But sometimes you gotta. Alright, now we only need 2.5 kilograms down. Yeah, actually, let's do one of these charcoals to put this on the map. Really? You're not going to give me the mine entrance? Rude. Okay, let's think. Yeah, I think we can drop this charcoal, actually, because we don't need to do any surveying before we get back to a base. We can drop a couple flares. Could be useful up here anyway, in case we need to come back. I don't want to drop any of these hides, cloths, or pelts. We can drop the sticks. That might be a huge mistake, but we can drop those for now. What else can we ditch? I don't know. Finn, can you think of anything? My brain is... Oh, we don't need a can opener. My brain is running out of things that I could bear to leave behind. All right, Haley, I'll take a look. Take a peek. We have one dressing. What can we see? I want to keep everything. It'd take too long to read the entire book, so we can drop that. So we need to keep the books with us. What can we ditch? Do we have any firewood we can ditch? No, we don't. I don't want to leave any matches. This is like Sophie's Choice. It feels like I have to choose one of my children to sacrifice. All right, fine. We drop the MREs. We drink a little bit more water. And we eat an energy bar. And that'll do us. Okay, that was absolutely brutal. And, in fact, I think if we leave now, we can probably get down both ropes before we start losing carry weight from condition. But it will be close. Why do I hear... Oh, these crows are just circling over a body over here, I think. Yeah, that guy. We already looked at that guy. He didn't have anything good in his phone. Okay, I think this might be tight. If there was only one mountaineering rope here, I would have no concerns. But there are two. They're both downwards. So my only real concern is losing more than a quarter of our fatigue meter on the downhill, or on the downward rope. but we shouldn't lose that much. Hold on. Let's see. Is there a thing? No. Okay. We got rabbits. We got rose hips. We got anything that you would like to make a tea from. Although I suppose I haven't heard of rabbit tea. Maybe it's just the rose hips. But yeah, Finn, if I remember, last time, it's right around here where my internet really started struggling. So this is just the path that we took to get to the mine. There's a cave in there. Nothing left other than maybe some... Oh, hello. I don't think I noticed... Yeah, so there is the mountaineering rope that we went up. I don't think we came this way. So let's just take a quick peek. We can't afford to pick anything of particular note up. But we can check to see if there is anything worth looking at. It looks like there's just mushrooms and maybe a nice little vista. Is there... Okay, here's a dude with a flare pistol. Now...
I think I can use this.
How much does this flare pistol weigh? Yeah, I know, right? And what's up, Gecko? Welcome back. I don't know if you were here last time, but we finally found that damn cave. It was a much more involved situation. Well, look, he wasn't using it. He wasn't using it, so really it's not stealing so much as it's temporarily repossessing. Okay, food. We can drop the water. Because this flare gun, it's pretty light. I kind of want to keep it. So let's think. We can drop the water. We can actually probably drop some of these bags of chips too. We are only barely the littlest bit overweight. I'm just feeling a little bit hefty. But yeah, you guys, I don't remember who was here to find the way up here. Yeah, exactly. And also, if you are really in a bind, you can use it to make some light. I don't remember if you guys were here for when I actually figured out how the hell to get up to this mine, but you can at least see the backwards route. But the long story short is, we basically had to traverse this ravine, and it was a struggle because I got lost at least once in a major way. Okay, we drink everything. That's barely anything. We eat some jerky. We drop all this water, and we drop more jerky. Actually, yeah, let's drop jerky. We keep the ketchup chips because that's a Canadian treasure. And we go down and hope that we can make it before we lose more than half of our fatigue. But yeah, by the time I'm actually getting around to, making a Discord and following up on all these things, I'm going to have so much art, it's going to be ridiculous. Okay, let's be quick. Because we are just under the fatigue amount that will make us need to drop more things or take a nap. But I think we'll be fine. Especially because I think I left a bunch of food and water. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I am 100% not in the market for custom art things right now. So I'm not the target demographic for this customer base, if it is a customer base, or a scam base if it is a scam base. You know, I've never had a ketchup chip. But I've heard people say that once you have it, it will change your life. But currently, my typical go-to favorite is salt and vinegar. Just because there's something to the punchiness of the flavor. But yeah, careful of the custom art scam things. Yeah, definitely wary of that. I think, honestly, that those aren't even real people. I think they're probably bots because they all say the exact same things right when they enter. They're probably just waiting for some kind of voice recognition, some AI voice recognition to do a couple of perfunctory responses and eventually, oh, a flare that I forgot, and eventually lead things toward the Discord. They're just, oh, how's your stream? Great. Me too. I guess I didn't leave any food behind here. I guess it's also fine. Okay. Here's what we do. We walk. All right, yes, here's the strat. We walk down the ravine. Eventually, there's going to be a couple of climbing zones we can go up. Actually, I think we go down the ravine until we can't, just to see what's there. We can take a quick impromptu nap if we need to. I'm not so worried about the coldness of things, because in the late evening and early night, there's actually a bunch of residual warmth remaining from the daytime. It's the early morning, I guess it's, yeah, just before dawn and just after dawn where I'm really worried about the cold. And if we can find a hard end on this ravine, then that means we can explore it and never have to come back. Which would be good, because that means, except for like the 4 arrows that we stuck into wolves that ran away, that means we'll have fully explored this western area. Not western, this eastern area. Delicious tea. Delicious, delicious tea. So, I'm going to mention this because I don't remember if anyone was around for it, but when I was stumbling around this area, there was that sneaky-looking tree trunk that was splayed across the top of this ravine. When I explored that, it led to 2 places. It led to a shortcut over to the prison that bypassed the possibility of having to get attacked by wolves. And it also led to a very labyrinthine-looking location that I think ends up crossing, well, I'll mention it when I get to it, but I think it ends up crossing back over this overhang. So I got lost. I thought I was heading towards the mine on the northern side of this cliff, but I ended up back over in this field where the moose is and where another timberwolf pack jumped on me. So we lost a couple of, I think actually only 1 arrow got permanently lost then. So I'm still a little bit salty about that, especially because we have so much meat everywhere. It's a waste for those wolf carcasses to just be left to fallow. An absolute darn waste. But sometimes that's just how it has to be. Yeah, Blackrock seems to be a complex, elaborate map. I would say it definitely is. Especially compared to Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley, it had a few pockets of locations where you kind of had to know how to weasel your way in and find the entrance or the exit. I could only think of 2 or 3 locations like that in Pleasant Valley. But here, it seems like every zone has its own little secret places where you kind of need to know how to deal with to traverse them properly. And it's really easy to get turned around, especially in those little sneaky areas that might be a shortcut to where you're going, or it might be a shortcut to somewhere you're not trying to go. All right, it's almost dusk. which means we still have a decent amount of daylight on us. Honestly, I'm just glad that we didn't have to go all the way up here north to find a way around to the mine, because that would have been extremely involved. It actually would have been possibly unmanageable. But as far as the complexity and elaborateness is concerned, definitely. Because this ravine that we're walking through, I mentioned this before, but it comes down from beside the mine. It comes all the way down. There's a little bit of a U-turn at the bottom of the map and cuts all the way back up. So it cuts the map into thirds by default. And then each of those individual thirds is cut down into at least another set of sub-thirds. For example, the western area, we have this this kind of southern location where Cook's Farm is. We have this sort of eastern / middle location where there are these foothills, and there's a northern location that you can only access either by the road or by this little valley in between these mountains here. The middle area has this southern location with all this sort of outbuildings and this substation. It's got this middle area with the pond, and it's got this, again, foothills with the road, and it's got the prison in the north. This eastern area that we've not been to, well, I'll mention that in a second. This eastern area that we've not been to, it has a southern area. I think there might be some buildings here. I might be mixing that up with the crumbling highway. But there are all of these switchbacks and mountain paths that lead weaving in and out of each other until we finally get to this northern area up here that has an open field and also a power station by the river. But as far as the largeness of the region is concerned, I'm thinking for a moment. My reflexive response to how big is the region is it's on the larger side, but I don't think it's actually bigger than other regions. Or let me put it this way. I don't think it's the biggest region. Oh, get some soda. For example, I think Pleasant Valley is probably bigger, just for gross size. All right, 2 corpses up here. No, 1 corpse. Is it going to be a person or a deer? Probably a deer, but we'll see. I think Pleasant Valley is bigger on a square meter by square meter condition, but it doesn't seem bigger because it's much more easy to traverse. There's less detail and less friction traveling. The coastal highway, here we go. The coastal highway might be of a similar size, but I think a huge amount of that size is just taken up by this effectively featureless frozen lake. Mystery Lake might be of a comparable size to this, but Mystery Lake has... where is it? Here. It's got a bunch of basically useless space in the north and on the western side that there's not really anything interesting in. Actually, Mystery Lake, maybe it's a little bit smaller. But I wouldn't say it's so much smaller than that it's obvious. Forlorn Muskeg, I would say, is probably the same size or similar. But again, there's a whole bunch of basically, I'd say, featureless space in the middle where there's just a bunch of little islands and ice that you can fall in. But there isn't really much stopping you from walking or seeing somewhere. So it seems a little bit bigger than it might be. Okay, here is our dead end. Is there anything good in the dead end? Not really. Okay, I hear crows, but those are up above. All right, so I am satisfied
Setting.
that this entire ravine has been explored. So unless we do some kind of a speed run through the west to see if any of our arrows are still sticking around, I think we're done with this western area. Well, where are leagues used as a measurement? It's, at least as far as the sort of Anglosphere is concerned, leagues are a very heavily nautical and much more archaic unit of measure, especially since metric has become more popular. But I'm sure you remember, you know, Captain Nemo and 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea. So at one point, it was certainly a very popular use of measurement all over Europe. But it's definitely fallen out of favor, at least somewhat.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Yeah, I think that's probably where the measurement of a league arose. Some sort of time measurement. In that sense, it's somewhat like a light year. Because wouldn't you know it, from the name, a light year is the amount of distance that light can travel in a certain amount of time. Okay. That wooden bridge is really the only landmark that lets me know that I'm near the climbing zone to get out of this place. But yeah, I suppose in some places, perhaps League has sort of reverted to its original meaning, more sort of a colloquial, fuzzy meaning, as opposed to the more regimented measurement that it was used, I guess, sometime around the 1800s or 1700s. Okay, so we have 0 cent marks. But there's also a non-trivial possibility that there's a pack of direwolves at the top of this little climbing wall. Finn, I'm sure you remember, this is where we got stuck on the top of that cliff. So let's just prepare a tiny bit. Then we can head up to the prison and sleep. I don't hear an awoo. Of course, that never means anything with these direwolves. I keep saying direwolves, but these timberwolves. They're big as direwolves, geez. But here's the plan. We head up to the prison. We sleep in the prison. We stock up with a little bit of food and water. We drop all the stuff we don't need. Well, the wolves are very dire in the actual adjective sense. I think we're safe though, because I don't see anything, and this is an open enough area that they would start howling by now if they were here. So I'm of 2 minds. I'm of 3 minds. We have 3 options. One of them was unlocked by the fact that we just found, where'd it go? I always flub these menus. One option was unlocked by the fact that we just found this storm lantern. Actually, hold on, didn't we fill this? I thought we filled this. No, we filled the other one. Wait, hold on. I want to take a quick stop by Cook's Farm, now that we know there are no timberwolves here, to pick up that jerry can full of lantern fuel. Because we have 3 options. Option 1, and this is the one that I'm leaning towards the most, is we use this storm lantern and we take it into the maintenance tunnels. That is the safest way, bar none, to get up northwest. Option 2. Again, we do a little bit of a way station by the prison, but then instead of taking the maintenance tunnels that lead somewhere up here to the north where we haven't seen, we could go through this climbing rope shortcut that we found a few days ago. And I think, if I remember, there's a big tree that fell over the river that we can cross here. That's option 2. And that should be a moderately safe way to get across to the west. Option 3, which would be choosing violence, is we head back to the substation in the south. We gear up, we try to evade the bear, and we cross this bridge down here in the south. Even before, when there was that first bear that we hunted down by the substation, and before all of the wolf packs started spawning everywhere, there was a wolf pack across that bridge. I'm certain it's still there. So if we go that direction, we are almost certainly guaranteed a fight. So those are the 3 options. And anything fluffy in the vicinity? No, which is good. Yeah, no. Alright, I think the best plan is, hopefully I dropped these jerry cans and forgot to pick them up. I'm pretty sure I did. Should be right here. Yes. Lantern fuel and jerry can.
Might have to drop some gear.
Perfect. Now we head to the prison and we nap. We nap as hard as anyone has ever napped. Yeah, when I try to say Timberwolf, about 30% of the time I actually say Timberwolf. About 30% of the time I say Direwolf, and about 30% of the time I say Werewolf. But yeah, power nap. We are going to be napping so hard. It will be the most powerful nap. The 12-hour power nap. It's like a power napathon. Okay, it's kind of dark. I also want it to be light again, because I don't like it when it gets hard to see. And I'm not even going to say it. All signs point to it is impossible for a wolf pack to have come between the time that we went over that bridge and came back. So surely I don't have to be worried at all about rounding this corner. But you know how it goes. The second it comes out of my mouth, something terrible happens. Exactly. No, I think this time, even the game wouldn't be shameless enough to spawn something right on top of me. Yeah, I've simultaneously said my famous last words and jinxed it. You guys are both right. All right, this actually... We actually sort of timed this walk with the amount of fatigue we had perfectly. Because when we wake up, it'll be early morning, but not so early that it's going to be freezing cold. And also not so late that we'll burn daylight. It's possible, and this is a weird thing with this game, sometimes during the daytime, sometimes interior locations will have a level of lighting that doesn't really make sense. So something that you would expect to be pitch black, like a cave perhaps, will be somewhat illuminated if it's daytime but not nighttime. Now, that's not always the case. For example, I'm pretty sure the mine that we just left is probably deep enough that even during the daytime, it's certainly pitch black in the middle of it. But I'm wondering if there are parts of these maintenance tunnels that we may have a slight advantage if we enter during the day. And nothing chasing. Okay, perfect. We'll do a quick nap. We'll grab a few bites to eat. There should be plenty of water and food somewhere in this vicinity. Yeah, there's plenty of food in the garage. We can certainly drop things there.
I'm feeling so drained.
Unless, actually, you know how I say I keep getting distracted? if there's an aurora tonight, we can open the door. In fact, maybe we wait here a couple of nights just to see if we can look out with an aurora. That sounds like a very attractive plan. We can also spend that time reading that gunsmithing book that we found, because that's going to take 25 hours to go through. Which is at least a couple of days of reading and sleeping. Okay, so here's a bunch of food. Yeah, it's still 100% because we've left it out in the snow. So let's take actually none of these. Because I would rather take food from the garage.
Something's gotta go.
I'd rather take food from the garage than from anywhere else. Because that place is a little bit harder to get to. Alright, where's our wolf? He's got to be somewhere in this parking lot, but where is he? I don't see anything. Okay, we sleep till morning. Here. The 12-hour power nap. Okay, and I don't... Based on the sound, I don't think we missed an aurora, so it's fine that I forgot to stagger those sleeps. Okay. Pick you up. Drink you. Eat some chips. Eat some beef jerky. Eat a chocolate bar. Basically just... We'll treat ourselves this morning. Breakfast of champions. A new chocolate bar. Chocolate nuts. Alright. No wolf. That's somewhat concerning. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at how fast we're walking right now compared to before. It feels so good. It feels so much better, man. It feels just so much better. It's so nice. Okay. And you know what? Because there's so much exterior space here, remember, it thinks that things are bright and sunny or light enough that you can do work when you're outside a lot longer than it would when you're inside. So it's very nice that we have exterior locations here. You've had chips and chocolate bars for breakfast before. Let me tell you, you did not feel like a champion. No, you must have felt like a king. Yeah, I could definitely see that. You've got some carbs. You've got a bunch of sugar to give you a boost. Carbs that maybe will let down the crash a little bit, but no fats to give you a really good feeling of satiety or long-term energy. Okay, and red beans. You've got all this cooked wolf meat to go on for a long time. Okay, what can we do? We can finally... Yeah, that's right. First off, that's a good reminder. What can we drop? We can drop... First off, we can actually refuel this lantern. We're certainly going to be getting use out of it. I didn't mean to equip it. You don't need to equip it to refuel. Yeah, so... We're going to need to pick up more water, like you said, Gecko. We're also going to need to pick up some of this wolf meat for food. There's certainly enough wolf meat to pick up, though, so we don't need to worry about running out for now. And yeah, there's a bunch of water that I dropped here. We also don't need to worry about running out of that quite for now. There's at least a few days here of water. We have firewood in two places here. This fire barrel, first take the charcoal because we dropped all of them back at the mine. We have this fire barrel, and this fire barrel counts as outside even though it's in the shade. So we can start fires with the magnifying glass. We'll probably be here for a couple days, so we can do that if we need to. There's almost certainly going to be some amount of sunlight. Okay, here's what we can do. We can drop a bunch of these flares. We can drop the flare gun. We can drop the flare shells. And I actually kind of want to put those in this storage bin over here, because the storage bin has a lot of capacity instead of splitting it up into each of those shelves in the tool bench. Really no wolf, huh? Interesting. Well, it's convenient for me. All right. First order business. Ditch the antiseptic because that's heavy. For what it is, at least. Second order business. We don't need so many matches. We can leave some of these matches. Third order business. Drop most of the stems. Drop a couple of the drinks. Fourth order business. Antibiotics. Drop those. All right. What else do we have? Here. Nothing I'd prefer to drop. All right. Equipment. Gunpowder drop. Pistol drop. Crank drop. Flare drop a couple. Flare shells drop all. Flashlight. Let's think. Do we keep the flashlight? Here's my memory. My memory of the tunnels underneath the prison is that there's nothing that we need electricity for, which means we don't need to be there during an aurora, which means we don't which means we don't need to have the flashlight. And we can drop the flashlight here because our light desires will be solved by this storm lantern. Okay. We can drop a couple of these torches, probably only need one. And it's at 100%, so it's pretty good condition. We don't need any of these noisemakers. They're good for drastically lowering the morale of Timberwolf packs. Don't need so many flares. What else can we drop? Oh, we can drop these pelts. The leather we can drop. We have two uses for this leather. Use number 1, making crampons. Use number 2, repairing our welding gauntlets. But we don't need to deal with that quite yet. Drop the scrap metal. The rose hip is not even really worth double clicking on, but might as well. Okay, and now we are 7 kilograms under our carrying capacity. Also, we can drop the quality tools because there aren't so many things that you need tools for. You know what? I bet there's also going to be more quality tools inside the work, whatever this is, inside this workstation. Okay. I'm pretty happy with this amount of carry weight, especially because as we use the lantern, this jerry can's weight will reduce as well. And also the lantern fuel. Okay, so. Current order of business. Read all day. Or at least as long as our thirst meter will let us. Ooh, hiccup. And I finished all my tea, unfortunate. Okay, where is our... And this sounds like a blizzard coming on. So let's hope we don't freeze. I think we're good inside here. Yeah, we're good. Let's just make sure we're not getting wet. We are getting wet. So let's actually go in the clinic. Because if we just sit out here and read, even if it's not actually cold, it'll still give us frostbite. And I do not want to have any more permanent reductions in health. Okay, here we are. And here we are. Oh, and there's antiseptic here too. Good to remember. And tea. Oh, I missed a couple of things when I was up here before. That's embarrassing. Let's make sure there's nothing else. Oh, a hook and a bandage. Okay. I did miss a few things. Wow.
I could use this.
Yeah, usually I don't pick up scrap metal, but I do have plans for it. Especially, and I'm hoping, especially if there's a lathe behind that locked door. I'm hoping there is. Okay, it's reading time. For 6 hours. And can we squeak in 2 more hours? That might be pushing it because I think we're in an interior location now. I guess also there's the thirst aspect of it, which we can solve. All right, it's not blizzarding. Let's go outside before this place gets pitch dark. And let's read for a few hours, see if we can get lucky with an aurora. If we do, then oh baby. Then oh baby, we're in business. But we haven't opened up quite yet. Let's try 3 hours.
It's getting dark out here.
Put us
Time to look for
close
shelter.
enough tonight that we have an aurora possible. It doesn't look like we're getting it, especially because, well, first off, let's be very careful about not getting starving. Keep that well-fed bonus. Very important to keep that well-fed bonus. Delicious water. All right. Somehow the game thinks that this is bright enough to read outside. Mackenzie is going to absolutely lose his eyesight if he keeps trying to read in this kind of weather. This kind of lighting. I have no idea why they decided to design it this way. But I'll take advantage of it. Okay, it doesn't look like we're getting an aurora tonight. I think on the off chance that we do get an aurora, let's keep reading. And this is an aurora tomorrow night. Let's keep reading. Oh, I heard it. I heard it. We are in the money. And there's also some aurora wolves over here. They get freaked out by light. Okay. Open sesame. Show me the goods. Show me what you got. Yeah, I told you there'd be a toolkit in here. I want a lathe, I want an ammo bench. Oh my goodness. I've got a lathe, I've got an ammo bench. Life is good. Life absolutely does not get better than this. And of course there's a better storm lantern than we have. Well, you can't win them all, but I'll take this. Okay. Alright. So, now we need to decide, because this lathe will let us repair these things only using scrap metal. And it's the only way to renewably repair things like hatchet or a hunting knife in a sustainable way, because eventually you're going to run out of whetstones. Let's see what else we have equipment-wise, because what I want to find out now is how much condition do you get off of a single repair with the milling bench, with the milling machine. And maybe we even want to check the underground too, see how bright it is there. Because it's possible that we can get 100% of a repair with the milling bench, and anything under that is a waste, but I don't know if that's the case for sure. Alright, you know what? I think I'm desperate enough. The hatchet is 81%. Let's use it on the hunting knife. Okay, ammunition workbench. Scrap lead goes in a bullet. Oh, and there's a metric buttload of lead in all of those batteries that are in the bottom of the prison. So let's remember that in case we need it. Can of gunpowder, which takes stump remover, dusting sulfur charcoal. And, okay. Can of gunpowder is 0.5 kilograms, which it looks like is good for 50 cartridges, either revolver or rifle. Assuming that there's no waste. Okay, let's hope that this will take only 20 minutes. That's really fast, actually. Did that work? Oh, that did not work, because look at how low our repair skill is. Wow, okay, let's just keep working on this, grind the repair skill up. Okay, that is unfortunate, because that means... Wow, that actually means that it's going to take an expected value of a lot more scrap metal than I was expecting to have to spend here to really do anything. Okay, it's good to keep that in mind. So, now I'm actually extremely concerned about picking up all the scrap metal I can find. In the meantime, while we have this beautiful torch, and I use that in the English sense of the word, let's check the inside here. Let's just be a little bit careful with these live wires. This might be a decent source of scrap metal. I'm not sure. But sometimes there are renewable spawn points. And I want to know if inside these caves or inside these tunnels is one of them.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
That's just a flare. Don't really need that. We do need to be careful to not walk over any of these live wires. Alright, here we got some scrap. I definitely wouldn't want to get stuck in here without any light source. But if the aurora ends, we've got the lantern. That's dangerous. That looks like a whole bunch of live wires, so we're not crossing over there. Okay, this is the place where, well, I'll not spoil it. See if there's a way around over here. If we step on a live wire, it is extremely painful. We'll have a wound, and we'll lose a lot of our health. Ask me how I know. Alright, for now, it looks like we might actually be blocked in by a live wire over here too. But let's see. Can we sneak over to the left? We can't go right. Maybe we can sneak left. Yes, this is looking possible. Oh yeah. Alright, now is there a way around? There might be. There's a couple of sneaky little... I feel like there's something missing here. Perhaps some pipes? Well, it's not the biggest deal.
I need to find a place to rest.
You can sleep when you're dead. Oh my goodness. Wow. Actually, wow. I didn't even consider that they would let that happen. That is some serious roadside picnic vibes. You know, you accidentally sleep in what is effectively an anomaly and just get turned inside out. Alright, I'm kind of hoping that we do run into a dead end here eventually. Because I don't want to go so deep in that we might as well just go all the rest of the way. But yeah, so if there were auroras... Okay, here's a jerry can. We can actually leave this here.
Could be useful.
In case we need it. When I first played this game, I'm almost certain that there were no auroras. Blah, 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 that there were no auroras. And if there were auroras, then they didn't turn on the electricity. So what they did to make the dam dangerous when I first played is they had a wolf in there. Can we sneak this? Ooh, that's looking kind of tight. Okay. Okay. Wait, have we been here before? No? Question mark? Okay. So this is... Oh, I bet we can sneak over to the left there. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's go back this way first. Coal, fire barrel. Pull torches if we need to. This is the way out. I'm almost certain this is the way out. So let's just look over here to put a pin in it. Oh, what was I saying? Right. when I first played this game, the way they stopped you from having a, you know, an easy base in the dam is they put a wolf inside. It's the only building I've ever seen wildlife inside, and it would attack you and you just not have a good time, especially if you weren't expecting it. Okay, wire over here. Can we walk to the left? Yes. Okay. Still feeling good. And yeah, I think at this rate we're going to end up on the other side of the dam. There's a decent enough time left in the night. As long as the weather doesn't change, we'll keep the aurora probably all night, but we're about to run out of flashlight. Okay, here's the exit. Here's the strat. First we walk forward. Hope we don't walk into a live wire. We leave the steam tunnels. Let's pop a quick charcoal out here. We should be able to because it's the aurora. Actually, we can also check inside this building while the lights are on, and who knows if there's something interesting. Actually, we might not even be able to get inside because this is almost a... Okay, we can. It's almost a strictly cutscene building in the episodes. Okay. What have we got? Anything good? Perhaps a buffer memory? Could we be so lucky? No, really? All the way over here and you've got no buffer memory for me? I feel robbed. Okay, flares, boxes, coffee probably, coffee. Oh, hello, what are you? I've never seen you before. Are you just set dressing, or can we get down there? I don't think that's accessible. Yeah, me too. That is exactly what happened. The wolf wasn't there for you last time. Okay, I think that this lower area down here, one, because I don't actually see anything there, and two, I think this is just a flavor ladder. I think that's just there for flavor. Okay. Which is probably also the same for this ladder. Yeah, when to go back to it, when I first entered the dam on this playthrough, I was like, where's the wolf, where's the wolf, where's the wolf? It didn't greet me like it didn't greet you at the door. So when I went down, you remember if you go straight and then left, there's that set of stairs that go to that long dark tunnel. I was convinced that the wolf would be there. I was absolutely convinced, and losing my ish, let's say. Oh, let's not get smashed against there. But then I finally accepted that maybe there actually isn't a wolf in here. Okay. Alright, so I am pretty content with this little bit of exploration. Let's head back up. There was a room or two that we didn't look in these tunnels. So let's head back and see if we can look in there, and if there's anything good, we can maybe do something good. And let's take our flashlight out. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think through this bit of the tunnel, the first off branch, there was that sort of 3-branch room. We only came in one way and went out this way. So there were 2 we didn't check. But once we check them, we can be pretty content to just use these tunnels as a way back and forth. Oops. Got to crouch under that for whatever reason. These shadows are a little bit janky. Okay, we checked over here and there was nothing. And this is the room. Okay, so which way did we come from and which way did we go? I think... Okay, we checked that direction. There was nothing. I think we came from this direction. So let's go this way and see if we can enter. That looks like a live wire enforced dead end. Actually, hold on. I think that's the other side of the detour we took. In fact, I'm getting very confident that that is the other side of the detour we took. Okay. So we're good here. We are very good. Flashlight's about to run out. That's fine. Switch to the lantern. And this should actually be a lot shorter to traverse as we come back through when there's no aurora. But, whoop. Can I step over this? Woof. I did not like that one bit. I did not like that, Sam, I am. Okay. I'm pretty sure we picked up anything that we would care to pick up here.
Surrounded by snow.
There may be something
Nothing to drink.
over in those wires. I doubt it, but there might. We can drink something, bud. Only a little bit, though. Okay. So here's the current plan. We head back topside. We finish reading the book. We try to time our wake up to the dawn. And then we go through these tunnels. And we hit the northern area of the northwest. We see how many wolf packs are there waiting for us. We did pick up a couple of scrap metals in here, so it wasn't a complete loss. All right, let's go. There is nothing holding us back. The aurora, well, I thought it might have been over, but no. Even if the aurora ended, I wouldn't trust the live wires to be off, because I have this, I don't know if it's a superstition or just a belief, that not everything in these interiors update properly unless you exit the interior or come back. Okay, so we shouldn't have anything left in the way of us. That I don't trust, and here we go. Well, honestly, even I've heard of these things, so, you know, you can't blame someone for being a little bit defensive. But time will tell. Okay, avoid the wires. And okay, here we go. Now we're basically out. You just need to be a little bit careful of these things. Okay, how many stairs are there? There's more than I remembered. Okay, there we go. There we go. And actually, I think I've got half a mind to leave this storm lantern here. Just so we don't accidentally put it down later. Okay. But let's sleep. Let us take a quick additional 12-hour power nap. As we do. Oh, actually, was there a computer in here? I don't think there was. Yeah, I think we checked all these buildings for computers and there weren't any, unfortunately. So no buffer memories for us. Yeah, no computer, huh? Alright, nap. They call it the long dark. Oops, no, hold on. I think I just slept our well-fed bonus away. Ah, and I can't wake up early. Okay, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Well, to be honest,
I'd eat anything right about now.
we should be able to get it back without all that much difficulty because we're flush up for food here. And I don't think there's so much... Oh, I hear that wolf. I don't think there's so much looting that we'll be doing when we explore the Northwest.
Die if I don't drink something soon.
It may just end up being an inconvenience as opposed to a disaster. Okay. So, first order of business.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Let's get this food and eat this food. Second order of business, let's keep reading that book. So I want to get completely finished with this book before heading out. But now we are actually completely ready to head out. And the bonus, it's not really a bonus, but the good thing is, even though we can only really use the things in here in an Aurora, well, we don't need the Aurora for an ammunition bench. But the door is now completely unlocked. So we can search at our leisure. Well, we got the beans. Soda. A little bit of scrap wood. Honestly, I think there's enough hacksaws somewhere around here. Yeah, and here's a storm lantern. Okay, we can leave that storm lantern here. Don't need it right now. And actually, does this count as an interior? Let's read. Yeah. Where is our book? Here's our book. Read for a couple of hours. Just make sure we're not threatening frostbite. Now that this wizard has blown up. I mixed up the continents. Now that this blizzard has blown up. Alright. Yeah, let's crush this book. 6 hours. Yeah, the wizard arrives exactly when he intends to. No earlier, no later. Did it say it's too dark? Yeah, it's too dark because it's inside. And I don't think we want to actually read outside because that would just be threatening frostbite. Because even though we have these amazing clothes, they will become wet. And when they become wet, bad things happen. See if we can sleep the blizzard off. You're a blizzard, Harry. That is still going. Are we getting wet? We're not getting wet. 2 more. Not tired enough. How dare you? Too dark. How dare you? I wonder, how wet will we get if we read for an hour? It's too dark. I guess it's because it's a blizzard. Okay, so. We have time to burn. Time to burn. What are we going to do with this time? I guess we can just straight up wait. This also helps us get back to our... Well, you're not wrong about that, Finn. Finn, and then I mix the R up. How wet will you get? That depends on what you read. Well, let's just say, if you're reading things that are too spicy, bad things may happen. Perhaps even you get banned. Actually, you know what? Guys, it's conspiracy theory time. If we sleep for 12 hours, our thirst meter will reduce by 100%. However, if we read for 6 hours, our thirst meter will reduce by 75%. So let's run that math back. Read for 6 hours. Thirst reduces by 50%. Wait, what did I say? Sleep for 6 hours. Thirst reduces by 50%. Read for 36 hours.
I made it through another night.
Thirst reduces by 75%. Hey, Hinterland. Hey, the Long Dark developers. Where did that extra 25% of thirst go? Was that fluid perhaps extruded in some other manner? What kind of literature are we reading? I think Finn, you may have hit the nail on the head for this one. I don't think Hinterlands is dodging the accusations this time. I just heard a rabbit get hunted in the distance. Okay, we have not past time. Only a little bit more of this book to read. Where'd it go? I always lose the books. Okay, 4 hours. Let's crank it out. Pun double entendre intended. All right, that book is done. That experience is acquired. So the next order of business is let's try to align our sleep up with the morning. How do we do that exactly? How exactly can we do that? First off, let's decide what we can take and what we can leave. I think we got pretty light. Actually, at this point, we can leave the flashlight here. In fact, it may behoove us to do that. So we'll drop the flashlight. What else can we drop? What else can we drop? Let's drop this jerry can here at the top of the stairs. We can pick up the other jerry can that's in the tunnels. So we have a little bit of lantern fuel on the other side of things. Ooh, hiccup.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Drop this here. So here's my thought. I believe in this western region, I believe that there are no extensive interior or cave locations. And I'm going to run with that, which means I don't need to bring the storm lantern along with us. Okay. What have we got? 35 kilos. Can we drop anything worth dropping? We're going to need more food. Charcoal's fine. Equipment's fine. Ah, that's right. We still need to make our decisions on all of these clothings. Okay, for example, I think I do want to repair these gauntlets because they're quite good. So where did I drop that cured leather? Probably in the supply bin, right? Let's see if there's any other clothing to repair. I think I want to replace one of our pants with those snow pants we picked up too. Okay, cured leather, we want one of them. What are we not wearing? We're not wearing snow pants, but we want to... Actually, let me think. That'll go up to 2.5 and 2. The deer is going to be 2 and 2. 60 and 10. 50 and 5. The deer pants do have better protection. The combat pants are 2, 5, 20. The reason the combat pants are good is because they don't reduce my sprinting ability at all. And they're also quite light. But they're not quite as good as the snow pants. I think we swapped the combat pants for the snow pants. We repair the gauntlets. And I don't believe there's anything else that we can repair with cloth here that we need to be repairing. Yeah, these are only 77%. Maybe repair the long johns. Actually, yeah, let's repair this. So repair this guy. Repair the gauntlets. And is there anything else that's really hurting for condition? Oh, that's 52%. Quite good. Quite good for the repair. All right. That's fine. Oh, but I don't have enough scraps here to make new crampons. We'll have to keep that in mind. The toque harvest. What are we dealing with here? Ski jacket. So the ski jacket probably goes to 2, 2, 30, and 3. Compared to wolf coat is 4, 4. I mean, the ski jacket's kind of light, but I think we need the defensiveness of the wolfskin coat. The coats are good. The pants could use some work, but they're not too bad. The boots are fine. Let's harvest. Harvest all the things we're not wearing now. Although, what did we do with that expedition parka? I'm sure we picked up an expedition parka. Up in the mine. Where did that go? Am I crazy? Am I crazy, or did I drop it and not go back for it? I thought we went back for all those things. Guys, I'm losing my mind again. Actually losing my mind. Okay, no expedition parka here. What happened to it? Ski jacket. You know what? There's like a 50% chance that I accidentally harvested the expedition parka when I meant to harvest the ski jacket. So that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right. Now. Swap these guys out. Yes. Yeah, swap those. Can put you in the bin. This can't really hold much more. Although if I do, for whatever reason, find myself near that mine, I'm gonna have to... I won't be able to help myself. I'm gonna have to go back and check for the parka. Gonna have to go back and check for the parka if we ever get back up that way. Actually, we have a deer hide. How is that 70% only? Yeah, don't really need to repair those yet. Okay. Drop you. And what else can we drop? Drop you. What else? We drop this kind of food. You can go away because we have no use for a busted sewing kit. Drop the sulfur, and we don't need so many scrap cloths. Okay, I'm content with this because I think we'll be able to pick up some firewood once we're at the other side of those tunnels. So we'll get some water, we'll get some food, we'll sleep, and then we head out. Actually kind of low on the water in this location. If we can catch a sunny day, we'll also make some more water before we leave. Just so we don't get caught out if we come back. But until then... It's also getting a little bit low on food in the garage here. Yeah, that should be good for snack. And let's nap. Bop and bop. Man, the nap is only 9 hours. It's not even a moderately strong nap, let alone a power nap. Okay, pick up. And we are definitely, certainly, 100% going to need more water out of this. And it's nighttime, so I don't want to make some because that would cost a match. And also time. So we'll just pick up, assume that we can always make more water if we do come back. And we'll head out. This should last us at least until decently into the morning. It's time to head through the tunnels. There's a clearing over in the northwest corner. The clearing has a building in it.
Too heavy.
Oops. And I want to get to that building. There may be a wolf pack around it. I don't know that that's the case, but I would put a wolf pack there if I was God. Alright, we sneak. We snuck, we snook. Just keep an eye out for things that would have been nice to pick up, but that we couldn't get because of these wires back when there was an aurora here. We definitely went around the long detour. There was nothing there to get now. So we should be able to just step over the wires in this next room and not die immediately. Yeah, these guys. Okay. Okay, that's good. Yeah, this is the long way around. And that means this should be where the boilers are. Okay, I wasn't right about that. This is... Okay, I remember. These tunnels keep going. This area here, I guess especially back here, there's a huge steam puzzle in episode 4 in this area. You have to change valves and move around a like a valve, what would you call it? A crank, like a valve crank. And just like all over these pipes, because you need to advance this heated water through the system until it reaches kind of a boiler to bring power to the prison again. But everything is iced over. And so you have to slowly advance things forward and melt the ice as you go. It's kind of an involved puzzle, but there's not really many ways you can mess it up. You just need to kind of make sure you see the place to put the valve handle that you haven't seen. Okay, there's water. Here is our jerry can. And here, I think, is the last bit that we weren't able to access. This middle area. Okay, nothing here. Now we just need to find the exit, which I've already forgotten the location of. A cough. Is this the exit? No, we came in this way. We want to go out and to the right past the fire pit. That sounds right. Yes, this is it. This is it. One important thing to keep in mind is that this whole trip took about 20% of our lantern fuel. So it's doable, but it's not free. It's not completely free. Still late in the night. Come on, where's the exit? Gotta be around here somewhere. There we are. Okay, forward towards the exit. And let's leave the lantern on the ground here, along with the jerry can. Okay, even closer to being weight neutral.
Too much
I can
stuff to
almost
carry.
taste it. Yeah. Moving water in this game is very deadly. All right, we hit the dam with a quickness. And it's actually been exactly 2 hours since we started. I didn't notice there were drawers to search here. Let's take a peek, quick peek. And then I think it's intermission time. And take a quick stretch, get some hydration, get some caloric content in your tum-tum. Do some pull-ups, you know how it is. Run a mile or 5. Pick up some flares. Pick up some coffee even. Yeah, I think that's everything in this control room here. All right. So let's pause here. Well, I won't actually pause it, but let's take a quick intermission and be back in a couple minutes.
I might have to drop some gear.
All right, and we have returned from the intermission, finally. And who knows if you're still here, Bete Noir 96, but I have no idea who J Games and Car Review is, because I don't know much of anything. Okay, so what are we up to? We are trying to keep this cat from walking in front of the monitor. Hold on, he's a little bit too cute to push out of the way quite yet. But he may move off on his own. I can see the left side of the screen. I can't see anything on the right side, because there's something fuzzy in the way. Okay, well, we can see what time it is. It's still in the middle of the night. How is our... Look around. Okay, we can't sleep the night off completely yet. Well, what we can do is do a little peek out into the west to see to see how screwed we are with Timberwolf packs over in this direction.
I need to drop something.
So the reason the model is freaking out right now is that there's a tail going in and out of in front of the camera. Cough. All right, now is this cat going to stand here? No, he's going to hop down. You got it, buddy. There we go. Okay. Back in business. So let's see what we can see. Perhaps more importantly, let's hear what we can hear. Anything nice in the car? Matches. Always take a match. Okay, we do have one scent mark. Which I'm hoping is not the end of the world, but it's also not fantastic for going into a location where I don't know where the wolves are. And I guess it's... Can we walk here? I guess we can. This is probably not intended. But we shouldn't be up the creek without a paddle like we were on that cliff the other day. Yeah, there's really nothing here. Okay, that was a waste. Let's see if we can go back. If not, we can just hop down a little bit. We've got 2 ankles. What's the big deal if we break one of them? Okay, there we go. Perfect. And because I had forgotten, we currently weren't carrying any sticks. Gonna need those in case there are any timber wolves. Gonna need the bow in case there are any timber wolves. Any slight gray blur. It could be a shadow. It could be a tree stump. It could be a new fluffy friend. I think I just heard something sniff or snuffle or scratch at something up that cliff to the right. But I haven't heard it since. Okay, alternatively, there could be a bear somewhere out here. Is that? That looks sufficiently house-like that I think it's what we're looking for. But I wasn't expecting it to be in that location. I thought it would be farther forward and to the right. A couple sticks, because you know there's going to be a Timberwolf pack out behind. Grand Meadow. I mean, I don't know if I'd go as far as calling it grand, but... Yeah, that is not the house, which means it's forward and to the right, probably. Possibly. Maybe. Anything around? Okay, I'm actually not really recognized. Alright, first off, that was an awoo. Second off, I'm pretty sure that's the ruins of the house. So the awoo is I think I might have seen the top of the awoo. I might have just seen the top of the awoo. No, it must have been a tree trunk. There it is. There's the awoo. But how many awoos does it have with it? That's the real question. There should be, actually, a lot of good equipment either down there or up in that house. So that's our goal. And what color is that awoo? Is that a dark black awoo? If it's a dark black awoo, it might actually be alone. And it might be the shadow, but I think it might be a dark black awoo. Yeah. Which means two things. One, hopefully it won't gang up on us. And two, more importantly, I suspect it might not be quite as aggressive hunting. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have a friend up here somewhere. Okay, well, this place is sufficiently defensible, I think. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Okay, so we got a stove. Don't really need to cook anything right now. Take a flare. But you know what we could probably do? We could probably sleep until morning. I think that's the play. I think we sleep until morning, because then we can start popping charcoals like nobody's business. Sewing kit. Sew a needle pulling thread. And a knife.
Someone's stash.
What have you got there? A knife! Okay, of course we did just find, or repair one up to 100%. Okay. Pop the bedroll. Get our sleep on. It might get pretty cold. We'll see. We'll see. Blah, 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 blah. We'll see what happens. All right, we're fine. We're fine. I just hope it's not too foggy. Perfect. Always hate a bad fog. We eat, we drink, we be merry. And then we head up into the hills to charcoal the edge of this place. Make sure we don't miss anything. On the way back, we can go to the garage that's under this hill. It's a little bit closer to where that wolf is. Was. Who knows where it is now. And if my memory from the episode serves, somewhere on that southern cliff there, there's going to be a climbing rope up to the south. This area, this western region, is very complicated when it comes to traversal. Very complicated. Okay. I am sufficiently content that that is the edge of the map here. I think fog might be rolling in too, unfortunately. Okay, no cliff over here. There's no way there's a pass there, so that's a dead end. There may have been a thing that went up north, kind of like where we're walking towards. Let's check that. It might go up to the left here. If not, we've already got the southern wall here. I don't want to climb up this rope. Also can't because we're over encumbered. So once we check this out, we'll be done with this clearing here. We can get that little intersection, clear up that bit of fog of war, and then we can see if we can poke our way down to the south. Yeah, I still hear that awoo. If we can get a one hit on that wolf, it might not be the worst thing in the world to get a little bit of meat. Get a little bit of meat in this southern area. Not southern area, western area. Okay, that doesn't feel traversable. If it is, it'd be up this way. Oof, that was rough. To the point where we might still break a leg. Okay, we're okay. Okay, so technically traversable, but certainly not intended. Which means it wasn't joking about this being the northern hard edge. Alright. Next order of business. Go back to the road intersection. No. Check the garage. First, we check El Garage. And we prepare because we are a little bit close to a wolf. If we had 3 scent marks, this guy would already be hunting us. But now that we've eaten enough of the cooked meat that we don't have any, there is a chance that he leaves us alone. And I don't... Pry bars never run out, man. Ooh, I really hope that wasn't an I know you're there, Owu. Certainly not. Okay, so workbench. Aha! Another heavy hammer. Take that just because they're so rare. You know, I was actually kind of hoping... Now, it doesn't make sense for this to be the case. But I was kind of hoping that there would be a forge in the prison.
Excellent.
That is the only thing this place is missing. I only know of 1 or 2 forge locations in the entire map, and they're all in the southwest. I mean, not map, the entire game. And they're all in the southwest down here. One is in the Broken Railroad, and I think I remember seeing one in the Forlorn Muskeg. They're both a pain to get to. Did I hear you, punk? I think we're done here anyway. Let's get out of here. Yeah, we're out of here. Okay, good. Yeah, there is that climbing spot I mentioned, and it's already got a rope, so that is an option if we need it. But we don't need it yet. And hopefully we never will. Because the main thing that I remember in this western area is that all these little paths that crisscross back and forth are a pain to traverse. There's also tons of wolves and bears that they go over. Alright. We'll pop. And actually, need to think about obtaining some firewood. Because we are low on the chars. Not like we're exactly hurting for available firewood here, though. Anything good up here? Not really, unless... Unless, where does this go? Is it a dead end or a cave? That's going to be a dead end. Okay, that's fine. Let's go put the hydro station on the dam. And then maybe chop down 1 or 2 of these branch tree things. Start a fire. Well, actually, though, we don't have anything to cook on the fire, except for water. I have half a mind to go back and hunt that wolf, but let's live and let live. For now, at least. I'm sure we'll be getting into trouble soon. I'm absolutely sure we'll be getting into enough trouble to keep our hands full in not very long order. Actually, let me click, 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 click. Okay. And where were we? Not here. Here. Okay. That looks like a burned out van. Let's actually swing by and pop a charcoal over there. Could be good enough. Those crows are flying. Just passing. Just passing crow. Okay, what is this? This is back at the road. Okay. Help you. That is exactly what we're talking about. Also, I heard a lot of awoos to the south just now. Multiple awoos. But so far, we're not getting trolled too hard. I think what we're going to do is we're going to follow the power lines as much as we can. Because there's a second substation somewhere to the south, about halfway down to the bridge all the way down there. Well, two options. Two options, Finn. Actually, and they might be the same option. Oh, I heard you, punk. Where did you come from? How did Buddy get all the way up here? We just came from here and there was no wolf. Okay, so there's a black wolf there. There's one black wolf over by whatever this place is, the Forger's Remnant. I heard more awoos to the south. If we skirt the edge of the river to the south, probably somewhere near this deer carcass, maybe a little bit past it. Well, hopefully not. There's not enough space for a bear here. Well, again, famous last words, but there better not be enough space for a bear here. If we skirt the edge of the river south here, eventually there's going to be a substation. I think it might be somewhere near this deer carcass. And I believe near the substation there is a secondary optional path you can take that cuts hard west and goes up into all these mountainous passes. Because if you follow the road down here, it goes all the way down here and eventually comes to this bridge. That road is a low ground, and there's a lot of passes and overhangs that you can crisscross to pass it. But on the road, there's a lot of wolves and, if I recall, bears as well. So I think to answer your question, there are wolves and bears down there. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get around them. Let's skew to the left for now. I think what we can do is try to get to that substation and we can sleep in it. That should be possible. We're a little bit overweight and we're kind of running medium low on charcoals. But I don't want to just burn a fire and burn it and lose a bunch of burn time that way. I would like to have something to cook on it in addition to just water. Actually, speaking of which, we're a little bit low. We've got 2 teas, we've got a soda, and barely any water left. So that's something to keep an eye on. Okay, that's just water. Try to get to the top of that hill. Might be a good place for... Actually, I think it's either that hill or that hill. At either rate, I think it's too early for a charcoal. A little bit too early for a char. There's our wolf. Buddy trying to sneak up on us. But not sneaky enough. Not nearly sneaky enough. Okay, is this climbable? It looks like it should be. Yeah, that's not too steep. But does it go around anywhere? That's perhaps the better question. And it might not. And this doesn't look walkable. This looks like a little ledge that you can't... Yeah, I don't... This looks impassable. So no more around on the left, I believe. I'll have to follow the road. Unless we can get up here. But I don't think we can. We don't do stepping up steps in this game. Yeah, there's no way that's happening. Alright. So 1, 2. We're probably right here. So let's go around and charcoal somewhere in the south. Get all these beautiful sticks. Pick up the sticks. Okay, Wolf is still over there. I think we can do a quick swing by this truck and not have him catch up to us. Oh, but that looks walkable too. I want to go up there next. We'll go up that little mountain pass next to the base of that power relay. And hope the wolf doesn't come this way. Nothing in the trunk. Take the granola bar.
Never would have thought to look here.
And take the chocolate bar. Whoever owned this vehicle was not the most healthy, but their snack game was on point. Okay, should be good.
It's starting to weigh me down.
I didn't even see the wolf. I know, right? Mackenzie is top tier brain power. Never would have thought to see. So also, he'll say, "Oh wow, must be someone's stash," and then find just one piece of scrap metal. Like, come on, bud. Okay, that. Yeah, you see that climbing, that shaped rock right there? That is the shape of the rock that you put a rope down, and there's a mountaineering rope that goes down. All this is the shortcut that comes from the prison. Alright, and it does cross, and it's not even one way. Okay, amazing. That's good to know. That is very good to know. So let's go to the top of this hill here, and we'll pop a charcoal to square this circle. Of course it's windy in the direction that we want to walk every time, man. Every time. Alright, right about here should be good, I think. Okay. I'm alright with that. It's not a lot of discovery, but I'm alright with it. I believe there's a way down and to continue along the riverside here. Yes, this ought to do it. Okay, perfect. If we can stay into the hills on the left, we can basically go down to a charcoal run down on the left side, or I guess the east side, and then we can head back up through all of those labyrinthine, twisty corridors up in those hills. And we can charcoal on the way back, too. Okay, that wasn't a woo. That was another awoo. Okay, yeah, where are we? Oh, okay. We're still good. Still good here. Thinking of what to cook later. Do we want to go down here? It looks like a one-way. Or is there possibly a way around to the left? Let's try around to the left first, because that looks like it's somewhere that someone would ambush someone. That's someone being me. But there might not be a way around here. Certainly this does not look very traversable. Hey, and yet... No, I don't have high hopes here. No, that's a no-go, so we do have to go down into the valley. Unfortunately. It's exactly where I would spring a trap if I was a pack of timber wolves. But hey, you know what they say? No one knows you're a dog on the internet, so maybe I am a pack of timber wolves in a trench coat. Yeah, this looks clear. But I don't trust there to... This looks like the perfect place for a pack of timber wolves. That's why I don't trust it. Okay, nothing chasing us on the road. Yeah, you know, I guess it's just clear. I guess sometimes there's just no opposition to our motion. Okay, is this a pass here? That is looking suspiciously traversable. Yes, okay, this fence, I recognize this fence. The substation is right on the other side. Or I guess it'd be the sub-substation. Or the super substation? Well, there's a building this way. It might be a trailer, it might be something more. But there is a building. Ta-da, it's a trailer, okay. Yeah, this is definitely where one of the sneaky paths ends up. Is this near where the deer is? Let's find out. Let's check. Yeah, this should be walkable. Check up here, get a little bit of altitude. And then we'll do the charcoal with this altitude, because that should give us a tiny bit more vision distance. Okay, yeah. Let's pop it. Alright, not the best. And it didn't even put the trailer on the map? Come on now. It's right there. Kind of rude. Oh well. Oh well, we say.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, really, I'm just looking for food here. We're not so dire that we need to start worrying immediately, but we're also not so flush that we can turn our nose up at any available sources of calories. Cargo pants, we don't need those.
Hope I can still eat this.
The cargo pants are not handsome enough to tempt me. Gunsmithing, we can take that. Alright, nothing. Matches we'll always take. Running shoes we'll take too. On account of those things break down for two, count it, 2 cured leathers. Which is pretty good. And I didn't see this plastic container. Alright. Ah, broken arrow. That means another arrowhead. Now I'm wondering, are there more arrows around? Anything hiding underneath? No. Unfortunate. Alright. Time-wise. How are we doing time-wise?
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Let's eat, see what we can... what we can reduce. Eat, drink. We're getting pretty close to the point where I'd want to put up shop for the night. start a fire and make more water. But I think we can press on a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Yeah, if you see that pass up here, that pass up into the hill, I'm almost certain that is going to end up going to a... Oh, first off, there's something interesting over there on the left that I didn't know was there. But that pass on the left should end up going to a very precarious looking plinth of stone that is projected in an archway across the road that we were just walking down. Kind of near where that... I guess it's exactly where that cave-in was. Not cave-in, but the landslide. We'll see it when we get there. But for now, let's see what's up here. And that's a deer, so we need to get that meat. Meat first. This gives us a little bit of breathing space. Ooh, and 1.5 kilos is not half shabaroo. Let's use the lower quality hunting knife. Okay, 1.5 kilos is the better part of a day's worth of calories. I don't think it's a full day, but it's the better part of a day.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Alright. Yeah, that looks like a little bit of a... I feel like that platform should be a vista, but we'll see when we get there. It's not like we've revealed it, so if they have to be revealed to be used, we will be none the wiser. But perhaps we can channel our inner Mackenzie and find something obvious in the obvious location. Some firewood, extra hatchet.
I could use this.
That we don't need, so yeah, you could use it, but we don't need it. And this was completely pointless. There's the broken bridge. Substations right through those trees. Yeah, we are right about here. So let's go up this hill, pop the charcoal there, that should be good. Pop a quick char, and we'll see where that puts us. I do hear a wooze up this hill direction. They're not going to be right there. They're also not going to be too far in the future. If I remember, this plinth that we're about to cross crosses over to the western side. There's a couple of valleys in the cliffs on the western side, and I believe this leads to one of them. Yeah, I'm pretty confident about that now. I also remember they're a little bit sketchy. They're a little bit sketchy to traverse on foot. Geometry-wise, I mean. Alright. We also only have one charcoal after this. I believe against belief, and that was a good charcoal actually, that there should be a cave in the next valley over. If there is, there should be a cave and a bunch of rabbits. If there is, we can spend the night there. Use all this burn time, lose the weight, the heaviness of the firewood. And I feel like I'm not going the right direction, but we'll see. And get charcoal. Yeah, this looks like a dead end. Okay, it is a dead end. And that's a wolf down there. Okay, where are we exactly in reference to the road? Okay, the road is below us. Or is that ice? It's probably the road. Okay. Let's go back around, see if we can find that plinth to walk over. The fallen obelisk. And is it through here? It looks like it should be. Yeah, Yeah, tell me that doesn't look like an intended path. Say the word and I wouldn't believe you. Okay. So the question is, do we go down there or... Oh, that looks like a nice little climbing spot. I think we maybe do some switchbacking. Go over here, maybe go over a couple more trees, and then get down into that little ravine safely instead of breaking an ankle to do it. And I'm probably wasting a little bit of time here. This also doesn't look intended, so let's go down. Let's not break an ankle up here. Wouldn't want to waste the time. Yeah, this is the way we go. This is familiar. Somewhat. Oh, that looks too steep to traverse. So we'll not even try. Okay, I was kind of hoping, or I was kind of expecting a huge rock to walk over instead of a bunch of tree trunks. Like that rock over there. Okay, here's what I think is happening. I'm pretty sure this is what's happening. We should be somewhere in this middle area here. If we take this right path, the one that we're looking at, we end up going north, there should be some valleys, and we'll end up by that climb spot that I mentioned on the southern edge of the Grand Meadow. If we go back through this ravine, down the climbing spot, and then across that log and over that, I guess it's like a rock bridge, that will eventually wind down around to the lower areas by the other side of the bridge to the south. Let's check this northern bit first. I think both directions have caves involved. And I want to hit this cave first. One, because I think there's maybe more rabbits here than in the other direction. And two, because this gives us the opportunity, the possibility, that we can hit all of the surveying in one go and not have to do any backtracking. Or do less backtracking, let's say. There also might be a wolf up here. So let's be a little careful. We do have one scent mark. No, there's so many rabbits there can't be a wolf. Okay, so let's see. What is this area like? I think there's a landslide that cuts the road in the north and a landslide that cuts the road in the south that we're looking at here. Interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just walked over a landslide. All right, at any rate, let's see what the deal over here is. We can try desperately to hunt some of these rabbits. We've got 3 arrows. Surely I won't miss. Surely this close I can't miss. Son of a... Surely. Okay, thank goodness. Come on, buddy. I'm hiding in the tall grass. Oh, trying to juke me, huh? Trying to dodge? Ain't no way. Every time, my brother. All right, still have a chance on this guy. Let's just be very, very patient. He's still coming closer. Oh no, it's bugged. And... okay, well... 2 hardened arrows down, but they're not too bad to lose because it's just sticks, feathers, and fire to make it back. And now we can actually do sticks, feathers, and fire. Hold on. How many rabbits did I pick up? 2 rabbits. Where's rabbit number 3? There he is. There's our buddy. Okay. Fire. How many? Do we have any charcoals right now? Yeah, well, I'll go over there while the things are cooking. We got venison and we got rabbit. And we'll pop a charcoal at the top of that cliff. But for now, let's guarantee that we have a windbreak. I don't want this fire to get blown out. Unfortunately, it's not sunny. We are going to have to use a match. Again, not the end of the world. So many cardboard matches. Crackle, crackle, boil, and backle. Okay. Add fuel. Bunch of these sticks. Bunch of these sticks. And because we have so many sticks on the Barbie, we can do half water and half meat. Okay, you can go there. You can drop all these rabbits. That'll make us a little bit faster to walk. And let's head over, pop that charcoal. The one charcoal to rule them all. Even if the water's boiled off by the time we get back, it's not a huge loss. Okay. Firewood if we need it. This looks like the path up here. Oh, let's want to sprain an ankle on something invisible. Okay, this is a random cul-de-sac. And where's our climbing rope? Oh, is this... There's the climbing rope. I thought I saw more rabbits, but I guess not. And that looks like there might be something up it, because that looks walkable. Let's check. Don't see any caves around. I just want to get close enough to the rope that we make sure we get it on the charcoal, and that should do it. I hope, anyway. Perfect. Alright, so that is this entire upper area revealed. Okay, there's nowhere farther to the west. But can we get up this tippy top bit? It might be a little steep, but there's only one way to find out. Yeah, this is looking pretty steep. And also, what else could really be up here? Yeah, there's no way that's intended. Let's not break an ankle. Ideally, we avoid breaking ankles. Feeling nice and peaceful now. I hear an awoo very far away, but for sure this valley is clear. For sure the hill across the way that transfers to the next valley is cleared. Not for sure is the valley beyond that clear. That's the only question. But that is so far away, I'm not even concerned. It's Gordon Ramsay time. Time to go to Flavortown. Oh yeah, looking good. Nice and steamy. Oh, that actually took a lot longer than I thought it would. Okay, at any rate, we're back. And I could have sworn we had... Because I dropped it, didn't I?
Is slowing me down.
I did drop it. Okay. 23 minutes. What can we harvest in 23 minutes? We can harvest meat and hide. Perfect. Chuckada, chuckada, chuckada. And now we put down the rab. 27 on you. Probably another 25 on you, which means we can do another harvest. Again, 27 minutes. It's like it's a little bit more than 25 minutes per rabbit for the meat and the hide, which lines up pretty well with a single half-liter boil and a single 1 kilogram meat cook. Rabbit style, anyway. We're going to be losing a hell of a lot of firewood carry weight. That's going to make up for all of this extra food we're picking up and water we're picking up right now. Speaking of, I want those chars. So we've got a bunch of alternate sources of food as well. I think what I'm going to do, we're going to try to push south, clear out this fog of war. We might be able to do it in one push. I'm hoping we can do it in one push. But if we do, then that means that there's the only thing between us and the substation is probably a fight with the Timberwolf pack, unless we can sneak by it. So I think the goal right now is get back to the substation, Finn. Because once we're back at the substation, that's basically this whole region explored, except maybe for something down here, which I'm not too concerned about on account of the infinite number of Timberwolves. So it may be a matter of figuring out what we want to bring back with us. But we'll decide when we get there. Because basically, we probably want... So, for example, let's think, what do we have? We have a whole bunch of meat, we have pelts, we have birch saplings, we have maple saplings. Our bow down here is getting a little bit low on the condition scale. So we maybe want to make another bow or two before we leave. We'll see what the situation for our carry weight is. But we can hoof this stuff all back to Pleasant Valley once we're done, once we've made those decisions. And then head up to Timberwolf Mountain. Because that we know how to get to.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
But that's maybe looking forward. Right now the goal is get back to the substation. And that might be a good place to end it. Okay, what can we do? We can 22 and melting. Okay, let's get these hides or these guts. Actually, if the situation south of us is the same as in the campaign, there are 2 patches of wolves. One might be black wolves, one might be timber wolves, and a possible bear down on the road. We might be able to bypass the bear if it's there. I don't know if it's there in survival. Okay. All the rabbits. And how much water do we have? That's more than enough water. So, wait for you to cook. Cook you.
I think I need to lay down.
And I think we just sleep here. Let's sleep now. We can sleep through the night. And then head out in the morning. We should be able to make it in one shot. I think we can make it in one shot. Let's not forget the charcoals. Okay, we are dehydrated. We are now rehydrated. And we can lose weight with all this rabbit. Rabbit, like I've been saying, is the least calorie efficient hunted food that you can find. That isn't something like fish. And heck, even fish might be better than rabbit. Okay, I actually didn't mean to do the charcoal, but that's actually perfect. Okay, keep the can, pick up the bedroll. We are barely over 1 kilogram overweight. breaking down these arrows should free up some weight, and we should be, did I say 1 kilogram overweight? I meant 10 kilograms overweight. So we should be just about perfect for move speed. And it'll only get better as we eat food. Okay. Is there anything we care to drop here? Not really. Not really. Let's go. Let's just go. By the time we get some...
New day is dawning.
New day is dawning. By the time we get somewhere new, it should be a little bit brighter. And maybe even sunny. Could be sunny today. You probably can't hear because I have the volume a little bit lower on the game side. But I do hear a wooze in the surroundings. Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. Not get frostbite. Go across here. We're going to end up down crossing this tree branch here, tree limb. Going across this precarious looking rock gap. And then that's going to lead to our first possible wolf location. The upside is the wolves can't really run very much from here, so even if we do have to fight, we don't have much of a risk of losing out on arrows, which is good. Okay, we go this way, we go through the valley, we go down the climb. Yeah, this is it. This is where we're heading. Okay, that Owu is definitely in front of us. Far off, but certainly in front of us. And far away, but not so far away. I always, like I said, overestimate the distance away from us, something that Owu's is. It sounds like it's echoing off in the distance, but really it's only like 200 meters away. Which is almost throwing distance. Okay. More rose hips means more climb zones. There's our tree trunk. And here we go. Yeah, I want to say that I would expect there to be a bear below us. But it seems like it's not here right now. Well, I do try to be calm. Thank you for the compliment. Well, let me back up. Let me retract that statement. If there's a bear that sneaks up on me, you know that I'm not going to be calm. I'm going to start cursing and calling it names. Yeah, this is that janky geometry. I don't like this little spot here. Because it's easier to fall off than I feel like it should be. Okay. So here, we can not break an ankle, please. This is intended to be walkable, but you have to sort of finesse your way up. And I need to be careful because we have 2 scent marks. This area here, this is where I think the wolves are. And we're about to head around there. Yeah. Okay, luckily, this is our yellow paint, which means this should be a climbing zone, which means the wolves can't come up. I think we're just about to walk into it, though. Just give a good listen, turning so that I can detect the location with my headphones. But I don't hear anything. Don't hear anything quite yet. Alright. Let's be ready. Oh, the reason I don't hear anything is because they would have had to cross this tree trunk. Yeah. I've said it before, but if you have vertigo, this is perhaps not your best choice in game. Oh, there's some old man's beard wound. It's a long thing to say. Old man's beard lichen. Oh, hello. That looks like a cheeky little spot. I kind of want to find a way over there. How do we get over there? We'll see. Actually, and I almost forgot. Not past time. Almost forgot to charcoal. This should be a great spot for it. Okay, nice. Yeah, let's... How do we get down there? I think maybe there's a way to sneak through that collapsed area over there. Let's put a pin in that backpack. All right. This valley right here is where I would expect wolves to be if there are any. But I don't see any. Okay, so I think we're safe here, which means the wolves that I heard were down by the bridge. And down by the bridge is where we're heading next. All right. I'm of two minds. I kind of want to check both of these locations here. Let's check this one first. It looks like it might give us an opportunity to head down and check out that backpack. But it could also just go through and down. Down to the bridge, I mean. Okay, not exactly what I was expecting. I don't hear any paw pads. Okay, this is a way down, but can we go through? Is the question. It's looking moderately promising, but getting better by the second. Just make sure nothing comes up from behind. Yeah, this is looking good, actually. Suddenly it's not looking so good. Yeah, this looks like a proper cave-in. Unless... No, there's no way you can sneak through here. Right? Yeah, there's no way. Okay, so. So indeed. I'm trying to convince myself that that backpack is not worth looking or going over and looking for. Let's just check that spot that turn we didn't take. We'll check the turn we didn't take, see if that gives us a vantage point on the wolves. Larone, welcome. I still don't know if it's Larone, Laramie, or Laroni. It's a great question. A question that haunts my nightmares. Okay, did we... You know what? I think we're probably going to end up coming back this way, so let's dump a bunch of this stuff. How did we get 3 knives? I didn't realize we were carrying so many. Okay, so let's be quick. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack figure out what the heck is over that hill. Okay. With my luck, it's probably just going to be a dead end. All this walking. I always choose the wrong direction to turn first. Every single time. It's like my instincts are the anti-game developer signpost. Because if you turn down the short path first, you don't have to double back and backtrack as much to... Okay, never mind. This is... That looks ominous. Okay. Never mind then. Never mind what I said before. And that looks fluffy. Never mind, it's fuzzy. It's deer fluffy, not wolf fuzzy. Okay, which means... Once you pop, you just can't stop. Okay, hold on. Now let's think. Did I double mess this up? Is it possible that the direction that we went before was a dead end? And I just turned back too early to see it? Because I'm almost certain that I have a recollection of being able to reach this valley from the south here. So on the other side of the valley. We're on the north side right now. But I don't know if I can convince myself there's not also a way around by this, by the road down here. It really looked like it had caved in. It really looked like it. But I didn't check everything. This is Suffering with Yuchi. Welcome. Welcome to Yuchi Suffers. They say misery loves company. Glad you could make it.
I can
Okay.
barely walk with this much gear.
All these tools that we're probably going to end up leaving behind anyway. Get ready for a fight. Yeah, that has to be passable. That rock, certainly you can go under it. Certainly, come on. Okay, yes. Yes, this is traversable. So it's just like a big figure 8 or a donut or something like that. We'll have to put a pin in finding our way to that central area. But I was promised a wolf pack down here. I was promised a wolf pack back when that bear was there by the substation. I was promised a wolf pack coming in from the north, hearing all these awoos. I was promised a wolf pack by my ancestors. But I don't see a wolf pack. Are they possibly in the foothills up here? Or have we been robbed? Is this highway robbery? Where are these guys? Where are these guys? I'm extremely confused right now. Alright. I'm not going to pretend to understand what's happening. It is beyond the ken of my tiny little walnut brain. So instead we're going to try to get to this little corner here and pop a charcoal before this fog rolls in. It looks like it's threatening to blizzard. And that's a deer, so we are certainly safe here. I don't understand what's going on. My confusion is boundless. I would consider this location charcoaled. If the final question I have is this bridge a one-way hop from east to west, or can we traverse it back this way? If we can traverse, then we've got a super easy trip back to the substation, as long as Winnie the Pooh doesn't find us again. Yeah, I hear awoos to the north that I'm certain we passed by, but I didn't see any awoos. Alright, check the car, and then that should be the last thing on this side of the bridge. Nothing in the car, huh? A garbage car. A garbage car that only a mother could love. Okay, let's call this western area fully dealt with. Maybe there are a couple of places to check, but they don't look so handsome as to tempt me. Kind of wish I had picked up some of those old man's beard lichens, though. Alright, what's the deal with this bridge? It's called a narrow bridge, but it's not even as big as your mother. Okay, can we? Yes, okay, easy. There's our bear, and bear is coming this way. Do we go around? Or do we wait? I think we go around and hope we can outpace him. Let's. We can go through the marshes. Hopefully he won't see us. And then we can hit the substation from the north. I think that's the plan. Oh, I bet you go around on that side to get down there. I bet that's how you do it. Okay. Bro is getting a little bit close for comfort. I can hear his little paw pads. Okay, I think we made it though. Yeah, we should be... You cannot be kidding me. Why... The bear is supposed to keep the wolves away. Why is this happening to me? Okay, it's just the one wolf, right? Do we suck up this damage? Come on, turn around. Go away. Damn. You know what? When else am I going to use it? No way in hell I'm losing another arrow to these bastards. I have sunk too many arrows into these guys. Get out of here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Well, I know better than to throw it now. Yeah, get out of here, punk. Get out of here. Leave Brittany alone. It's just the two of you, huh? Well, I'm kind of regretting leaving that bear in this area, because he's not really pulling his weight and keeping the wolves away. Well, we'll deal with that later.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Okay, it feels like a lot of gear because it is a lot of gear. First we eat, then we drink, then we be merry, and then we figure out... Yeah. And then we figure out exactly how much cloth tearing that we just got done to us. I forgot to drink the drink part of this. Okay, so... What are we wearing? These things are not too bad. We could use... I think our pants and our boots took damage. Oh no, we just fixed the gauntlets and they're already damaged again. That's disappointing. Alright, the crampons are even more damaged. We're going to definitely have to make a new pair of those. Decent military coat. We'll have to compare this. This looks like it goes... Let's see. So, 2.4 divided by 0.8 is 3. So this looks like it probably goes to about 3 Celsius, 3 Celsius, 40 and 8. Compare that to a wolf skin, which is 4, 3, 60, and 12. I think I prefer the wolf skin to the military coat. Underwear is fine. And I guess the pants took a little bit of damage, these snow pants. I actually don't remember if we got those up to full condition. I don't think we did, actually. Oh, hello. Tin of coffee and ruined peanut butter.
I'm not going to be able to
okay,
carry
the saps
this
have
load
been
for much
cured.
longer.
We got these hides and guts. Let's take inventory here. The saplongs. Well, on the upside, actually, how did everything get so wet here? We weren't in a blizzard and we didn't step in any puddles. Interesting. I don't know how that works. Okay, let's think. We're certainly not going to have any trouble getting well fed back. That's going to be easy. Manufacturing material-wise, we can repair anything we want. I believe we're not carrying any scrap, unfortunate. I think it's 4 scraps to make a single improvised crampon. So we're going to need to find 1 more scrap to make it. Let's drop these things for now. Cure gut, sapling, 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 sapling. pelt, and sulfur, and stump remover. Eventually, we're going to want to take this dusting sulfur and the stump remover up to the prison, because we can finally use these things and make some gunpowder. In fact, we might even want to make a bunch of bullets while we're there, because I'm sure we have a hacksaw lying around somewhere. And there's all those batteries in the belly of the prison. We can use those to make lead. Okay, nothing else on the ground but water, huh? Okay. Are the wolves still here?
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
The only reason I wouldn't just immediately go and stick the bear with an arrow is, well, two reasons really. One is I feel like it'd just be a waste of all that meat. We've got all this meat already just chilling out here. And two, if he doesn't die immediately and he sprints off into the vast horizon, I don't want to have to spend another 2 days running around to find my arrow. That would just make me mad. Okay. First order of business. Repair these clothes. Second order of business. Hoover up all of the gunpowder involved things, take them to the prison. We can make gunpowder and bullets in the prison. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think I have all of the empty shell casings that are available to me. There's probably a bunch stashed away in different locations. Let's see. What does it take to make a bullet? You probably do need a workshop bench. Okay, yeah, cartridge does take an ammunition workbench, and of course this one will as well. Which means there's really no point in making the gunpowder. What else is gunpowder useful for? Noisemakers. I don't use noisemakers. Okay, so we'll just bring that stuff up to the prison and drop it there. We don't need to worry about taking time to make gunpowder or bullets or anything. Right. Right. Okay. Let's dump the clothes that we're not wearing and fix the ones we are.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I don't know. Can you drop any of the gear? Hoodie off. Coat off. Running shoes, we're going to harvest those. Work gloves, we're going to harvest those too. Those will both give us cured leather. Okay, that looks fine. And in fact, let's do the harvesting now. And we're going to need a couple of deer pelts. Probably... Well, let's check the rabbit skin hat again. Yeah, hat needs fixing. Pants need fixing. Boots need fixing. Yeah. And oh no, our moose hide satchel took a single point of condition damage. That's fine. Okay, pelts. Pelt me. Hide me. Hide me number 2. And we just got rabbit hides. Where are those? Here. Drop, 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 and also drop the gut that came with them. But not the lichen. We want to make a poultice with the lichen. Here. There we go. Alright. What do we really want to do here, though? Is there... I think we might be out of rabbit, actually. Yeah, we're out of rabbit. Black bear hides. I feel like we can make something nice with a bear pelt. What can we make with a bear pelt? Okay, moose hide cloak is for moose. B is for wolf skin, moose hide satchel, moose hide cloak, deer skin, bear skin coat. Let's see. This is heavy, Moderate defense. It's kind of good though. So here's the decision point. The other option, so the bearskin coat is one option. Alternatively, right now we have 2 wolfskin coats. Wolfskin coat is 4 Celsius, 4 Celsius, 60% water, 12 defense, minus 15% sprint. The bearskin is 6 Celsius, 5 Celsius, so it's +2 and +1, 80% water resistant, so 20% more water resistant, 3% more defense resistant, but also 5% less sprint, and it's also 2 kilograms heavier. Yeah, we're doing hashtag mental math here, Larone. Let's think about this for a moment. You know what? Even though I'm sure it is extremely inhospitable up north where we're about to go, both temperature-wise and fighting-wise and what's the word I'm looking for? Shelter-wise, I think I value the 2 kilograms of carry weight more than I value the 2 Celsius of warmth and the 1 Celsius of wind and the 3% defense. I think I value those more. Because we're already pretty heavy duty on this clothing. 25% warmth bonus. It's only going to get higher when we fix these things. 41% protection already. That's quite nice. And we'd be pushing, you know, we'd be pushing like 1/3 sprint if we do this. Secondary consideration. The bearskin robe, what is this? The bearskin coat will almost certainly take bearskin hides to fix. And I'd rather use the bearskin hides to fix the bearskin bedroll that I foolishly left over at the farmstead in Pleasant Valley, because we're definitely picking that up when we head north. Okay, decision made. We eat, we fix the other things. Like these. Oh, I forgot to pick up any gut. Because of course you can't just use line. You need to use something organic. Literally organic. Actually, how many entendres is that? It's organic because it's actually organic. It's an organ because it's gut. And it's also organ-ic because it's gross. So we got a triple entendre going on there. Is it going to get dark though? It might get dark. I've got half a mind to do this outside. But I think we'll be okay, at least for the first thing we repair here. Yeah, only 34% on that. It should get close enough to 90. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's over 90%. Hopefully this will also be over 90. Probably. Just over 90. Alright, that's good. And now we're back up to 27 Celsius on the warmth, 9 on the wind. Is there anything else that's low condition that we can fix specifically? Not really. Not really much worth. If we pushed really hard and got everything to 100%, maybe we could push the warmth bonus to 29 or 30 degrees Celsius. But I don't think that's worth the resources. And it doesn't rain but pours. Well-fed has been acquired. Okay, let's make sure we keep it this time, he says after losing it basically 2 times in the same region. It's just naps are so delectable. They're so irresistible. Okay. What time is it? It is almost dusk. That is not enough time to sleep through until dawn. There's a wolf pack to the north. There's a bear to the south. There is a possible wolf pack to the east. How do we want to do this? I think what we try to do is we try to thread the needle and get up to this climbing spot with our sulfur and other things.
Too much stuff to carry.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few casings, but not so many. And I probably want to bring all this ammo with me too. Well, actually, hold on. If we do come back here, it'd be nice to have a weapon in our back pocket. I think we'll leave a little bit of stuff here. Yeah, we'll leave a little bit of stuff here, but not too much. We got chars. We don't need any more chars in this region. Actually, we don't need any more chars, period, until we go through Pleasant Valley. So put those in. That's a little bit of carry weight lost. And of course, this is the stuff that I was meaning to pick up and forgot to pick up. So what the hell can we drop? We finished the guns. We did not finish the other book because we just picked that up. Where is this? Here we go. Okay, this is a 5-hour. How much can we get in this evening? 2 hours, probably 2 hours and change. Okay, that's fine. We can just go outside. We can find the exit. And read until a baron comes and nibbles on us. I don't hear anything. Okay. And is it light enough?
If I don't rest soon,
Somehow it is light enough. I'm not going to question it. Oh, that sounds very close. Hello, buddy. Whew. Whew. Well, I think it's nap time. It is time to go to sleep, pretend there wasn't a bear right outside next to us, and deal with any problems we have in the morning. Because it should be about noontime when we wake up. Okay, skipped an Aurora. Alright, that's great. Drink, please. Perfect. And let's figure out what we can drop in here. And what we want to... Yeah, here we go. Let's just pick up all this stuff. Everything in here. And we'll use this... We'll use this locker to hold the things that we want to bring with us out of this region. Starting with...
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Fire strikers. And probably some cardboard matches. And maybe even more cardboard matches. Okay, what can we ditch? We can ditch... Well... Let's drop the medical because we don't actually want to leave medical behind if we need it. We want to bring all the casings. Because I think what we actually do is we go up north and we turn all of the gunpowder equipment stuff we have into actual gunpowder. Because I noticed the sulfur is 0.10 kilograms. The stump remover is 0.75 kilograms, so total is 0.85. But the gunpowder, I believe, comes in batches of half kilogram. So we can actually shave off some weight if we turn all this stuff into as much gunpowder as we can make. All right, what else? Cleaning kit we'll take. Leave the medical, and what else medical do we want to leave? We want to leave... There's antibiotics, probably a few bandages, maybe only 3 bandages. Antiseptic is there, that's fine. And I never really use these purification tablets, and they're heavy AF. Okay. What the heck else did we pick up? What in the heck else did we pick up, actually? A bunch of equipment. Okay. Heavy hammer. I think we left a heavy hammer up at the prison already. I'm just trying to think. Is there a heavy hammer over at Pleasant Valley? Did I leave one there? I think the answer is maybe, but I'm not so confident that I'll leave this one behind. We certainly don't need an infinite number of hunting knives. So we can leave these here. Marine flares, we don't need so many. And we definitely don't need all these spray cans. Let's go with 1 spray can. Torch, do we want the torch? Keep it. Recycled can, keep one of those. Sewing kit, don't need it. We've got my baby, the fishing tackle. Normal flare, don't need them. Flare shell, don't need it. Although I think we did leave a flare gun in the prison. So the shell doesn't make much sense to leave behind here. But who cares? Arrowhead keep. Shaft, we want to keep all those. Anything else to drop here? Well, we don't need so many sticks. Even in an emergency. Probably going to end up using those acorn grounds eventually. And the deer hide. I thought I didn't pick up that many deer hides. How was our clothing looking? Yeah, clothing's fine. So, these guys can go inside. The cured leather, let's keep that. Because I think what we do... What do we do? We'll leave the cured leathers here. Oh. Bellatrix, I don't know how you pronounce that, but yes, I can read the chat. I just didn't notice it. Because I was too deep in thought. That's spelled T-H-O-T in my case. We don't need any of this charcoal while we're here. So that's 2 extra kilos free. Let's see, we've got food to eat. We'll come back and fix the rabbit skin hat later. Stream's going fine. Pretty good so far. I can't complain. Haven't been nibbled by any bears, though they did try. Only got nibbled by wolves a couple of times. What to drop here? Okay, hammer can drop you. Lantern we can get later. Book we can drop because that's just firewood at this point. We finished reading it. Did we finish reading it? I think we finished reading it. It doesn't hurt to check. Does not hurt to check. Yeah, it's not here, so we finished reading it. The game I play the most is... It's basically an online version of Werewolf, where you need to figure out who's a real person and who's not. Where did that book go? It's probably here. Yeah, there it is. And we can drop this book too. Let's think. Was there a bunch of stuff up at the prison that I would care to bring back? I don't think there was so much. There was probably a whole bunch of hides and guts. Hides, guts, enough meat, not too much water, but we're not going to be spending much time up there. What do we want? This is actually pretty light already. Well, it depends on what level you mean that question. Could have several different answers. Let's keep the cured leather. We're not going to be using the arrowhead. Well, I guess we could make an arrow right now if we wanted to. What time is it? It is middle of the day. Leave the arrowhead here. Bedroll we want to keep. Accelerant we don't need. We don't need accelerant. We don't use accelerant. We go low and slow. Antiseptic we don't need to carry along because we now actually do have a couple of old man's beards. We got their beards. Ooh, don't need a can opener. Get out of here. What else can we drop that we'll come back for? We'll come back for the firearm cleaning kits. We will come back for... You know what? This is actually a light enough loadout. Let's grab some food and head over to the prison. Wolf meat. Moldy wolf meat. Delicious, scrumptious moldy wolf meat. Eat the rabbit first. Alright. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And maybe just for safety, pick up a little bit of water. I do remember the prison doesn't have a lot of water in it. Whereas this location is much more closer to being described as plush. It's not so great, but still much more, especially because we're going to be spending a little bit of time in the prison doing some fun smithing. This should be probably enough. Okay, first order of business. Where are the wolves at? And how many wolves are there to be at? Second order of business. Where the bear at? Okay. If we can sneak up north, that looks like a clear shot. I don't see the wolf pack over to the east. But I'm not going to hang my hat on that either. So let's just Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack sneaks around and doesn't get nibbled by tiny little mouth knives. Oh, yeah, I mentioned it depends on what level you mean that question. There are multiple different, Okay, there's the wolf. And he's coming this way, maybe. There's multiple different ways you could mean how long have I been streaming as a question. And I need to know which level you're referring to. Bellatrix _. Because otherwise I would just not be answering the question that you were intending to ask. And that would be rude of me. I wouldn't want to be rude to a guest. I also wouldn't want to run into a wolf pack over this hill here. But sometimes you don't always get what you want. Okay, deer mean we're safe. Well, famous last words, but I hope deer means we're safe. I also need to figure out some way to change the background to the text thing that I'm looking at. Because it's kind of like, it's white letters on a very light gray background. It's hard to see. Need to do a little bit of experimentation on my end next time, perhaps. But like all these bridges, we'll just cross it when we get there. Hold on one moment. Un momentito. Alright, there we go. The prison is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. As long as we don't get ganked. There we go. Nice little rope. Okay. Now we head over, skirt the north side, go through the ponds, the little frozen marsh area, and get to the prison hopefully for free. Yeah, there are no wolves here to be afraid of. Not a single wolf in sight. Alright, we're good. When you acquire safety, sometimes you just know it. Safe walking, fast walking. There's literally nothing else you could ask for. I don't care so much to get more old man's beard lichen to go that far out of my way. Alright. And nothing in this field here. Well, I call it a field, but, you know, whatever the heck this is, there's nothing here. Not even a rascally rabbit. Okay, I think we can sprint a little bit. Because we're not really hurting for our fatigue bar or carry weight. So there's no point in not just speeding things up a little. Now the question is, does anyone think we're going to have our little fluffy friend in the parking lot over here? Because we didn't see him last time we came this way. But I don't know where else he would have gone. Yeah, we'll find out. Okay. Oh, do we maybe want to take the ballistic vest back with us? I think we want to, just because where else are we going to find something like that? Where's our buddy? Not here. Yeah, I don't know how that works out. At any rate, not my problem. The only question is, will this be a complete waste? Because it's not impossible that there's no other ammunition workbench that I can find. And if there's no other ammunition workbench that I can find, then that means we're going to have to lug all of this gunpowder back. I could have sworn I had more dusting sulfur in this area. Ski jacket. Yeah, where in the heck did I drop that expedition parka? I'm kind of mad. Because I get the feeling that if I had repaired that, it would have been a quite nice piece of kit. Alright, at any rate, we continue. Okay, you can get dropped here. The pelts. Oops. And Storm Lantern stays. And I suppose charcoal. Of course I dropped the charcoal. I did not remember that this needed charcoal to make. But I should have. It's sunny, let's just light a fire. Light a fire, get charcoal for free, and check to see if there's any more dusting sulfur anywhere. Thought we had more than this. Well, again, not the end of the world. Just have a nice old-fashioned book burning. Magnifying lens, love to see it. Books, love to burn them.
Come on. Come on.
This is what I do in real life. Okay, place you. Add fuel. Book, 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 book. And just melt. This is what we call hashtag multitasking. Of course, I always flub the inconsistent menus. Add fuel, I guess a couple of you guys, yeah, that should be a comfortable amount of charcoal, I hope. And also a comfortable amount of water now. Either a blizzard or dusk arriving, one of the two. And maybe a couple more liters. One more. Maybe even two if we're feeling lucky. Oops, did not mean to take that. Did not mean to take that. What a waste. You have 3 minutes and you're just about done. Okay, that is perfect. And what? Burl. Let's keep one can on us. And drop a bunch of this water. Actually more water than I was expecting to get. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. Charcoal. I was hoping for at least 4, but I suppose I suppose we can only make one thing of gunpowder, so it's alright to have two. 2 charcoals instead of 4.
Feels like night is coming.
Alright, let's give this a try. Stump, sulfur, charcoal, 30 minutes. Let's do it. Okay, a noisemaker. I didn't know the noisemaker needed an ammunition workbench. I thought you could just put all this stuff together on the fly. Scrap lead. Yeah, you know, there's no point in bringing the lead up and making bullets here just because to reload the cartridges, we need to find another workbench eventually anyway. So let's leave that there. That's sorted. We can leave all these pelts in both the guard tower and here. And the only other order of business would be deciding if there's anything else we want to bring back. Okay. So that over there just has meat and clothes. This over here might have something. Anything worth bringing? Should we leave the elevator crank here? I don't think we should leave the elevator crank here. Just because it'll be harder to remember that it's there. Green sapling we can take. Flashlight we can leave. Let's take all the noisemakers because why not? We're not going to use them up here. Quality tools we can take because why not? Flashlight though? Do we take the flashlight? Let's see, where would we use the flashlight? Do we have a storm lantern? That's another question. S is for storm lantern. So we don't have a storm lantern. I don't think we need one, per se. I think we take the flashlight and we can decide what to do with it later. This should be everything that we want from this location. Alright, let's head out. Or, better said, let's sleep until almost dawn and then head out. Okay, here we go. So here's just a whole bunch of hides and guts. They stay. We want the vest.
Drop some gear.
The guts can stay. Flare thingamithings. Oh yeah, what about this guy? Aha, here's our dusting sulfur. And also another heavy hammer. Okay, so there was an extra heavy hammer. And an extra revolver. And let's bring all this ammunition. Oh, scrap metal. Okay, here we go. Here we go, and stump remover. Okay, this is where I left everything. I just forgotten, for whatever reason. Hacksaw can stay. Hammer can stay, but there's anything to use the hammer for up here. But we're already bringing one back, so that's fine. Sulfur, gunpowder. Revolver stays. Yeah, everything else stays. Okay, so new order of business. We sleep. Tomorrow morning, we go and make the rest of the gunpowder that we can make. Oh, but we're going to need more charcoal. Huh. I made a mistake dropping all that charcoal, didn't I? I made a big mistake. That's rather unfortunate. Well, we got all the water and all this food. We can loiter. In fact, we might even sneak out back and get some more firewood. Let's see. Do we have a wolf? I'm gonna say no. We don't have a wolf here. Should be safe to move over. As long as we don't stub a toe or break an ankle in this darkness. It's not even quite dawn yet. Okay, well, I'm getting impatient. Let's start a fire with a match. Start getting some burn time going. And how many... Okay, we have 3 sulfurs, 3 stump removers. That's actually perfect. But that means we're going to need at least 5 more charcoals. 5 charcoals. Hope against hope. Do we have any in these containers? It's a no. That's a no. That's a no, and this is food. Okay, no charcoals in the containers. Which means we are just burning. Need at least 5 hours of burn time. Okay, there we go.
Come on.
Grab some reclaimed wood. Guess the rest of these books. And fuel to the fire. In fact, I'm going to pretend that I meant to come back here to consolidate this firewood to begin with. You. And how many books do we need to burn to get 5 hours? Probably 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, that'll do us. That will do us. Now, drop these 2. Did I drop too much? Yeah, I dropped the magnifying glass. Okay. Now, let's sneak out back here and see if we can get some cheeky firewood. Hopefully these wolves aren't here. Okay, we are bow and arrowing. This is kind of weird. Alright, that's more like it. No, this is still kind of weird. I don't know why this arrow is flopping back and forth in front of my face. If we keep heading around this way, we ought to be able to find... Oh! That is just not a wolf. That's a tree trunk. Just looking for one good limb to chop up with a hatchet. Which there should be some up here. Rather cold though, but by the fire is still going to be lit when we get back there. So we'll be alright, as long as we can find a single tree branch. One tree branch in all the land is all I ask for. You know what? There we are. Finally. How wet are we? Not very wet, but it's going to be pushing it. This is going to be pushing it a little bit. Chop. Can't chop in the darkness? You have got to be kidding me. Alright, fine. We're just picking up all the sticks we can get to.
My fingers feel numb.
Who needs to see to chop wood, honestly? What kind of wood chopping noob needs to use their eyes? Can we break you down, though? Yes, we can somehow. Okay. How cold are we? Not so cold that we can't chop another branch apart.
Freezing.
If there's one on the way back. Anything to see, anything to hear? So what's wrong with taking the back streets? Patricia, welcome. Welcome to our impromptu game of online werewolf. Seeing who's a real person and not. But so far pretty well. Just cleaning up, I don't know if you've ever played this game, but we're just cleaning up a few things in this region before we head off to the next one. Our exploration in the current vicinity is almost complete. And we're simultaneously chilling and trying to not chill. Because if we chill too much, suddenly it's going to be hypothermia, frostbite, and sudden death. Okay, well, we're just waiting for this fire to burn down. So why don't we actually just wait it out? Nice and toasty. Not exactly. It's complicated, though. How much do you know about the development cycle of this game? That will help me answer properly. Answer precisely, let's say. Delicious, ruined, moldy peanut butter. Okay, still 2 hours and change to burn down, huh? Well, I guess we can sleep it off now. Where did I... Did I drop the bedroll? Where did I put the bedroll? How am I going to take a nap without my bedroll? Some say there's no way to take a nap without a bedroll. Alright, it's not in here. Did I possibly leave it out by the guard tower? I may or may not have. Every time there's the slightest bit of deviation or a slight idea comes into my head, immediately I forget exactly what I was doing before. Well, no harm in sprinting. There we are. There's our buddy. Okay. Bedroll get. Now let's hop back over to that fire. Fire burns down, charcoal gets acquired, charcoal gets used to make gunpowder, and then gunpowder gets brought with us. It's probably a mistake to bring the gunpowder with us. I'm almost certain it's going to end up being a mistake. Yeah, so to answer your original question, the first time I played, I don't remember if it was proper early access or if it had nominally released, but when I first played, it was years ago, and there was only a handful of regions, and I think it was even before the first episode came out. I played 1 or 2 survival modes. I don't think I lasted very long, and then I put the game down. A couple of months ago, I picked the game up for whatever reason. I guess I was just in that particular mood. This game does have a particular kind of vibe that you can only... an itch that you can only scratch with it. So I picked it up. And, I realized that the 5th and final episode actually released recently. So I went through and played all the episodes finally. And now, 300 days later... I basically started another survival mode, and I'm sort of going through and exploring all of the new regions that I've not been to yet. And so far, at least as far as streaming is concerned, I've really just played this. Whether there's anything else to happen in the future, we'll find out. We shall find out in the possibly not so far-flung future, possibly far-flung future. Only time can tell. But we're busy trying to not starve to death, and I did not mean to drink that tea. Might as well finish it. In for a penny, in for a pound. That was unfortunate. Did not mean to drink that tea. Well, might as well make the most of it. Drink tea, take nap, repeat. Starring Tom Cruise. Okay. Charcoal. How many? 8 charcoal. That's more charcoal than I was expecting. But it's certainly enough to make some gunpowder. So let's do that. Okay, here we are. And make. We're just making all the fun powder. Make. And he's going for the hat trick. Wow, goal! It's like football, but for bullets. Okay, nothing really in here worth mentioning. All right. So that's done. This is set. Everything we came here to do is done. Yeah, it's like that guy in... Oh, that's actually a lot of gunpowder. Okay. So, what do we want to bring back? We want to bring back probably most of these things, question mark? Nothing to drop here, nothing to drop here. Oh, we do have a lot of scrap metal. And we also have the cured leather to make another set of crampons. So let's do that with a quickness. I've heard of some of these games, and I've played 2 of them. I wonder if you can guess which 2. Improvised crampons. Ooh, quality tools. Now, I don't actually use tools for enough things for it to not be worth just making these and speeding up this time. So let's burn some quality tool condition for the first time in forever. So, Larone, I have to know if you can tell me. Is there anything that is indispensable that you cannot make without some kind of tools? Because so far, I don't know if there is anything like that I know about. I remember there are a couple of things that you can repair with tools. But there's nothing that I can think of that I just couldn't live without. So I'm kind of in the habit of just almost dropping whatever tools I find unless I have a very easy place to put them.
The sun's setting.
Okay, so let's dump all of these things, all of the scrap metals, by this beautiful, beautiful milling machine. This... What is this? It's not even a... It's a 1 or 2 axis milling machine. Just in case we find our way back here during an aurora. What else to drop? I do want to go back down... I do want to go back down the climbing shortcut instead of going around the long way. What else can we drop? We can drop the water or drink it. Maybe some of this food too. Let's see how close we can get. That sounds like blizzard, actually. Okay, it's just very windy. But we don't have a whole lot of time to burn. Okay. Drink the water, drop the water, drink the food, drop the food. As much as possible. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I'm sure this is very healthy. Excellent for your teeth. And this is kind of heavy. Too full, huh? That is slightly unfortunate. Okay, at any rate, all the excess gets dropped. All the excess. Alright, we're still 2 kilos over. Well, certainly this time we're not going to need the charcoal, right? And we can even drop it here in case we come back to make more fun powder. I should have left the elevator crank back at the substation. I should have left the flashlight back at the substation. I'm dumb. What can we drop? What can we drop here? We can drop a spray can. Plenty of those back at the substation. We also don't need any until at least we get to Timberwolf Mountain. Cured leather, I want to keep that with us. What can we drop? Ballistic vest is heavy, but I want to bring it with. 1.4 kilos, or 1.16 kilos. Well, we can drop the sticks and hope we don't run into a Timberwolf pack that we need to fight. And I suppose we can drop a can here. There are enough cans at the substation. What else, though? What else can be left behind? Again, this is a Sophie's choice. How do I choose which child to sacrifice? Definitely drop the tablets. Those are not useful for me. Well, for starters, let's head back to the guard tower. Because if there is any rabbit pelts, I think there might not be. But if there are any, we can repair this hat. My beautiful hat. Yeah, what can we drop? We are barely over the carry limit for that shortcut. That'll let us avoid an infinite number of wolf battles.
The pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, it's about to get heavier. In fact, it looks like there are no rabbit pelts here, so that was a waste. I do see chats. I do. Sometimes I see chats. Sometimes, not always do I see chats, but sometimes I see chats. Okay, all these pelts can drop. Let's keep the sapling with us. I mean, this is a one-player game. And I don't know why you would want to play with just some rando. But if things are in the cards, who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Some things no one can say. Like, what am I going to drop to get this 0.58 kilograms down? Really, this is... Everything is just so precious. Okay. We can be a little bit spicier with the medical. 2 bandages here. We can drop a couple antibiotics here. Ooh, what else can we ditch? I really wish I had left some more things behind at the substation. I guess we don't really need the sewing kit with all these fishing tackles. Motivational speaker. I don't know if I've really said anything on that front recently, but oh well. The compliment is appreciated. What can I drop? What can I drop? Okay, you know what? 0.23 kilograms. I'm actually dying over here. I'm actually dying. We'll drop 1 coffee, we'll drop 1 tea, and we'll eat the rest of this candy bar. And that should let us sneak it in barely. Okay, that is close. In fact, you know what? We should be able to make it. As long as we can make it to the climbing rope before we get half fatigue, we're set. We are golden with a capital G. A capital G unit. And I think we should be fine walking back. I'm not going to say that. Pretend I didn't say that. I don't want to jinx it. I do not want to jinx it. And based on my memory, I'm almost certain to get all the way back to Pleasant Valley from where we are. I'm almost certain that there are no mountaineering ropes that we need to traverse. If there are no mountaineering ropes, we can over-encumber ourselves, which means we can take back all of this fat loot. This loot's name is Albert, and it had a cartoon in the 80s. Was it the 80s or was it the 70s? I don't actually know. Like I've said before, some mysteries are just, they're great. They're pretty fantastic. But let's just keep it moving. And let's also not pick up so much stuff that we are dying of carrying a weight of heaviness. I don't know what it... So often I just keep dating myself. As in temporally. One thing, actually, is this a one-way trip? I don't know. I keep dating myself temporally. And I might be doing that again here, but to my mind, DC means disconnect. So I don't know how that sentence makes sense in this context. You're going to have to explain a little bit more for me. Oh man, I will say though, this is the kind of pseudo-dusky, snowy, low visibility conditions where I'm actually extremely worried if we have to run into a fight here. I am extremely worried. But the game promised me that I'd be safe. And if I'm safe, then that means there's no fighting. So certainly there are no wolves down here, right? Certainly. There's 0 scent marks. Let's keep it moving. And it should be just over this ridge. Yeah, there's our climbing rock that I can just barely see by the reflection off the snow because of whatever shader they decided to use is kind of jank a little bit. Where's my rope? Here's my rope. And we go down and we hope for nothing fluffy. If there is something fluffy, we might just be able to make it back up the rope. But it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. All right. We're heading. We're heading. A beeline straight there, fast as possible, to the point where soon I might even start sprinting. But I don't want to be gassed out in case there's a wolf over a hill. It's happened before. It'll happen again. Actually, speaking of which, any fans of the of Battlestar Galactica here? Just reminded myself of it. Alright. Hopefully these guys have as poor eyesight as I do. Dogs are supposed to have bad vision, right? I think they do. Alright. Where is our cut in to the substation? Where is our Okay, where's the power line? There it is. There's our substation. Okay. So even if Buddy is over here, we should be able to sprint over while he howls. Okay, I think we're good. I'm feeling pretty confident. As long as there's no bear there. There might be a bear. There could very well be a bear that I can't see because it's dark and the shed is dark too. So we listen. Oh, hey punk. Oh my goodness. Lil buddy. Lil buddy. Give me a warning next time. Woof. Okay, inside. Sleeping. Napping. Waiting till it's bright. Waiting till we can see things. Picking up a little bit of water. Yeah. Oh my, I love this interior. It's so bright, even in the darkest aspects of the night. The light has come to save us. All right, let's get 6. And actually, you know what? If it's not blizzarding outside, let's make an arrow. We have an arrowhead and so many shafts. We have almost a quasi-unlimited number of arrow shafts. And we can use that to burn time until dawn. And that'll let us see things a little bit easier. Once we've finished with all of the crafting that we can do here, arrowhead, shaft, we can decide what we want to bring back with us. Okay, nice and bright. Got the meat and craft. Simple arrow. Yeah, I guess quality tools doubles the speed, huh? Well, I'm kind of hoping to burn time here. So I don't mind using the extra speed, or using the extra time, to do things by hand. Bespoke, you might say. And now we're up to 13 arrows again. We came into this whole process with 15, we must have found 5 at least. So we have lost a bunch. Actually, we have lost a bunch. And we lost them all in this western area. I am seriously considering doing a quick run around the western area, hoping to dodge wolves to try to find any of the arrows that we dropped. That sounded like a bear. Not our problem. Not our problem. Wait an hour, sleep an hour or two, then it should be done. We can decide exactly how heavy we want to be, food-wise, equipment-wise, material-wise. So we're just straight chilling. Anti-chillin' as the case may be in this game. Alright. Good. Looking bright. Feeling bright. And the food is outside. Sounds clear. Let's pick up some of this wolf meat.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Give it to me. And I think, yeah, the rest is venison. So we'll use the wolf meat first. And if we have this much meat, certainly will get us all the way back to Pleasant Valley. Or at least the farmstead in the middle of it. The next question, how heavy is this stuff? Only 3 kilos here, huh? We can pick all this up and still be pretty fast on the draw. Or on the walk, as it may be. Okay, this is perfect. I think this is our loadout. Yeah, minus the crampons. We can wait until those break and then swap. But I think this is our loadout to head back. Unless... No. I also want the bear hides. This is still fine. We're still under 10 kilos over. Ooh, do I want the birch saps? Not so desperately, because we've got 22 arrow shafts already. Oh no. I missed a dusting sulfur and a stump remover. Well. Oh, welp. It looks like we're heading back. At least we don't have so much stuff to deal with. And we can take some charcoal. Okay, this is going to be fast. Yeah, this is going to be rather rapid. Green sapling we can drop. Drop the green sap. What else can we drop? We've got a bunch of food. Probably want to keep that. Flashlight gets ditch. Flask. It's light enough, probably not worth the trouble. Tools we can keep, just in case. Whetstones. Yeah, okay. And there's a ton of water up there. So, yeah, let's go. Let's go and let's be fast about it. We'll probably do all this in just the one day. But fast is the order. Fast is the operative word. Okay. You're running as long as you don't have a friend. But I didn't think this guy would shark all the way up here. I believe it's just the 2 in the pack. I hope it's just the 2 in the pack. But for now, what's our firewood situation? I could use a couple of sticks just in case we get caught out. That's a branch. Let's head up quick. Quick! Oof. I'm gonna need to hydrate soon. Soon, he says. Grab these sticks on the way. Plenty of carry weight. Capacity excess. All right, looking clear. Hold on one moment. And no, not you. Clicking all the wrong things. There we go. Okay. Rope, hill, pond, prison. That is the order of operations. Should be nothing in our way. Man. And now all I can do is think about what to cook later. Do I do a stir fry? And if I do I make rice or do I make beans? Oh, you know what? I think I'm out of beans. Yeah, I just used my last packet of Great Northerns. So, actually, hold on now, hold on. I remember seeing... This is the riveting commentary you come for. I remember seeing whole unopened bottle slash box slash jar of pearl couscous in my pantry. I might try to see what I can do with that. That could be interesting. It has been a long time since I've made couscous, and I don't have anything that would be a proper traditional couscous sauce, for lack of a better term. You know, some traditional couscous recipe. So I might just try to wing it and throw something together. Can I please go up? I hate this hill here. Always feel like I'm going to break an ankle. Let's see. Do I do couscous, maybe some butter, and then mix that with the stir fry that I have? That could be interesting, but I'm worried that the butter wouldn't fit. What would be a good base? I have salsa, I have some pasta sauce, that's a possibility. But I think I would prefer to avoid using the pasta sauce. For no particular reason, other than that, I feel like it would be the pasta sauce and the stir fry, I feel like would be a little bit too much. The flavors would get muddied. Let's think here. Perhaps then I just butter the couscous a little bit and then do just some garlic and perhaps other spices. That could be maybe interesting. I think I'll give that a try. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, that's the plan. And that should be pretty good, I think. It also gives me an excuse to use some of my butter, because I hardly ever use butter when cooking anyway. I've been making toast. Oh, you know what? I could start a poolish. To make some bread. I'm so smart. Oh my god. Because recently, I acquired a sourdough one way or the other. Not a sourdough dough, but like an actual loaf. And I used that for toast, and that was quite good. And it's the first time I used butter in a long time. So I think I might be kind of on a toast kick for breakfast purposes. I know it's not very... Of course it's not healthy. There are 0 nutrients. But hey, did I remember to bring any charcoal with me? I didn't, did I? Damn it. Well, at least we left some behind here. Was it in here? Or was it over by the workbench? Must have been over by the workbench. Every time I forget something, man. Every single time, without fail. 100% completion rate. Okay, all that stuff. Anything that I want to take with? Not really, no. Water-wise, do we have any right now? We do. Not a lot. We can eat, we can drink. And there's so much water here, we can grab it. Grab a bottle. Hold on. How's that Eminem song go? Grab the bottle, something something waddle. Well, it certainly doesn't have an awoo in it. Okay. Simple tools can stay. They're garbage. And here, gunpowder. One more can of gunpowder. Perfect. Okay, actually, what is this? This gunsmithing skill has got to be doing something for us. Crafted ammunition is at 80% and an 80% chance of ammunition component harvesting? Ammunition component harvesting. What is that? Hold on, what does it say? You have a high chance to recover bullets, gunpowder, and shell casings. I think I get it. I think I get it. This is for, if I was to guess, let me not be so arrogant that I just state it as if it's the truth. I highly suspect that that harvesting is for harvesting one bullet and possibly turning it into another kind of bullet. That is something that would make sense to me. Because it's not like you can harvest any materials other than charcoal that I know of from anything. The only way to get the dusting sulfur is to find bags of it. The only way to get the stump remover is to find, I guess, bottles of it. Double check, is there anything else we want? Pretty sure no. Well, we don't need 2 hacksaws here. So let's bring one. Let's bring one back just to spread out the love. And as far as... Well, actually, I guess that's... There is one possibility. It is possible that an increased gunsmithing skill, which increases your harvesting percentage, it's possible that works for lead as well, to get lead from batteries. But I don't know that for sure, because I've never actually harvested a battery. Well, maybe I harvested one. Did I harvest one? I don't remember. I think I got maybe 6 lead from it. But I definitely don't remember. Alright. In all this fog, I'm feeling kind of arrogant. Let's go down the road. And then we can hang a right. We can hang a right and go back to the substation. And then, finally then, I believe we will be prepared to leave. Only a little bit poorer in terms of arrows. Actually, I don't remember exactly how many arrows we came into this region with. It might have been somewhere between 15 or 18, but it might also have been a little bit lower. But I will say, we certainly haven't found many in this region. We made a lot of them. Fabricated a lot of arrows from harvested arrowheads, but we did not find a lot of arrows. Maybe 2 or 3 at the absolute top end. Which is not enough to make up for all of the arrows that were stolen by wolves over in the west. Okay, where is our climbing spot? Here we are. And easy. Okay. Should be, well, actually, there's that one dude that wandered into our path. We need to make sure he didn't have a friend. Because that would not be good. If Buddy has a friend, then Buddy might feel brave. And if Buddy might feel brave, Buddy might need to get put down. Just keep an eye out. Certainly dog eyes are not affected by fog like cat eyes are. So he'll see us before we see him. Guaranteed. Just be quiet and listen. I believe we saw him soon up here. There you are. I hear you, punk. Oh, come on. You know what? We're running. We're just running. We're close enough. Oh, who awoos in front of me? How rude could you be? Yeah, can't jump over this, can you, punk? Yeah, that's right. Noob. 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 Easy clap. Easiest clap of my life. Okay. What were we doing? We were... this rabbit pelt is almost cured? We're getting distracted again. Okay. The rabbit pelt, let's remember, is for fixing the hat. All this stuff is for picking up. And how heavy are we? We are a little bit heavier than I would like to be. But we're also carrying food and water. We can definitely go a little bit lighter on the food and water. There's at least one way station. Perhaps 1.5 way stations between here and the farm in Pleasant Valley. Do we want to make another survival boat here? Let's think about this. Is future me going to appreciate leaving a bow here and maybe a couple of arrows as well? I think future me might appreciate that, even if there's still a revolver in here. With some ammo. Or is future me going to curse me because I'm going to run out of arrows up north? It's a tricky question. Let's think. The limiting factor for arrows is arrowheads. The only two places I know to make arrowheads are extremely far away. Extremely far away. Practically on the other side of the map far away.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
I did leave some arrowheads / arrows in Coastal Highway. I don't remember how many, but it's a decent amount. If we can get back to Coastal Highway after hitting Ash Canyon and Timberwolf Mountain, even if we have 0 arrows by the time we get back, I'd be happy. Because we could replenish enough to be safe. Let's think. Let's think. Okay, new plan. New plan because I forgot everything. We leave things in this substation. For now. We head over to the cave system and see where the cave system leads. Let's try that. Just to see where it leads for now. Gunpowder can stay, vests can stay. Unused shafts can stay. I am going to want some charcoals. And some more water. Hides can stay. So basically, I want to leave behind everything that I want to take back to Pleasant Valley. Here, in this waypoint. Revolver ammunition. You had ammunition here, right? Yeah, revolver and ammunition. That is fine. Okay, that's fine. This. Weight-wise, how are we doing? We also want to leave the crank. Certainly we won't need the crank in a different region from here. Actually, that's right. We don't need the crank. We can leave it here. Not have it be in the take along with pile. Where'd that crank go? Am I blind? I am blind. Here it is. Okay. 33 kilos free. No, sorry. 7 kilos free. We've got like at least 4 kilos of food and water. That's good. That's fine. Charcoals. We want charcoals. 10 charcoals. 12 charcoals. Alright, next order of business, drink. Next order of business, eat. Next order of business, sleep. Next order of business, head over to the cave system. Actually, 3 wolf meats and a venison, that's actually enough food for me to be happy heading over to the cave system. Because we can make it back. And I want to take the storm lantern to the cave. Okay, we sleep until night, and we hope to baby Jesus that we can sneak over to that cave system without getting accosted by everything and its friend. Actually, to which point, it's a nice amount of water right there. To which point, let's make sure we have anti-wolf fire. Where is the exit? Here, this way. How's our water situation? Water is low. That's fine. I'm not anticipating finding a bunch of stuff worth taking. So it's okay if we... It's also still only dusk, huh? That's nice. But let's... Several sticks. Maybe one. That's a bear. Does that mean we can go now, or... Probably not. How's our fire? 9. Let's do 10 sticks. 10 sticks is enough burn time that I'm feeling confident if we run into direwolves. Not direwolves. I say that every time. Timberwolves. Alright, we are going to need to wait for that bear to go. Because Buddy is going to be a problem. Which unfortunately means we're waiting until it's even more into the night. Unless we can turn around and he disappears because he was too close to the door. I can dream, can't I? Oh, and wouldn't you know it? It is exactly what happened. Alright. Alright, we're gone. We are gone. Head up the road. Ooh, how the hell are we gonna get... I'm almost certain there's a pack of direwolves by the bend in the road in front of us. How are we gonna get past them? I think we cut left and we try to go around. Let's be careful. Yeah, let's cut left here. I'm not sure if it's around enough to make it by, but it might be. So it's worth a try. I want to say this is traversable. I'm pretty sure this is traversable as long as we're careful. Yeah, this is looking good. Yeah, here we go. Definitely been here before. Alright, what have we got up here? Nothing. Nothing. The real question is there a way around to the road? I don't remember. I think there is. I think there's a cut over here to the left. I'm sure there's a cut over here to the left somewhere. The question is, do we have to go down closer to the road to find it? The answer could be maybe. Alright. Wolf situation. I don't see any. Yeah, the cut is down here, unfortunately. This is not where I wanted to go. Thought I saw a wolf, but I guess not. Alright, there are... Those are deer. Okay, you know what? Believe in the deer. Believe in the power of Bambi. Although that fire pit right there, we were accosted by a pack of wolves. Not too long ago. At that exact location. Yeah, here's our cut. That's what I was expecting to see. Did I say fire there? I meant fire here. Speaking of, got any charcoal for me, bud? Thank you. Alright, here we go. We do have one scent mark. So we do need to be careful around these blind hills. Okay. Don't see any motion, so let's go. We cross the bridge up here. We go over a couple of foothills. We skirt a cliff edge to the right. That should be where we get to the cave system. If I was to guess, I think the cave system is probably going to lead to either Ash Canyon or Timberwolf Mountain, one of the two. If it does, I might actually turn around and head back to Pleasant Valley first. That is deer noise, okay. I was afraid if it was moose noise. Alright, we drive the deer before us. If there's any wolves, we'll attack the deer, not us. A little canary in our coal mine. Now, I just need to remember the way up into these cliffs. Is there anything? There's actually more space down here than I was expecting to see. But surely nothing worth looking into. Surely. I'd be so mad if there was a secret forge over in there. Okay, eventually we cut up into the right. It's either eventually or we've already missed the turn. But I think it's eventually. Because Cook's is here, so we're about here. Yeah, and we cut up, yeah. We cut up past the road here, which unfortunately is where wolves might be. Somehow I keep running into these guys. That is just a tree stump. Alright. Do we see anything? No, let's move it. Still not our cut up. Where are you? I'm kind of afraid to... My suspicion is that there's a big... Here it is, I think. There's a big wolf pack somewhere. Yep. Big wolf pack over there. And where the hell are we? Where am I? Alright, let's just keep moving. Hopefully he doesn't catch up. Hopefully. But that means we can't hit any dead ends here. So where's our way up? Is it over here? I think it might be over to the right here. Margaret, welcome. I'm getting chased by a wolf. So that is not something that's good. Actually, yeah, I still hear it gurring. Okay, you know what? We're just going to try to outpace the wolf. It can only hunt us so fast. Is this the way up? Question mark? Can't tell? I think it might be. Okay, I think we're safe. I think hopefully we're safe. Yeah, I hear Buddy down there somewhere. You know what? Let's not let him find another path to us. There should be a cave up here. Where the hell is this? Okay, I was hoping there'd be a cave up here. I hear a wolf. He's probably right in front of us. Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't realize that he could get here from that direction. Keep in mind that that guy's there, but for now, here we are. This is so close. I was so close to being safe. So close. Oh. Well, it is what it is, I suppose. I was heading up this way. There should be a... Well, the answer to that question depends on several things. It depends on humanity, and it also depends on exactly what you mean by playing the game. Like this time, or last time, or ever. Or generally. So narrow it down for me, and I can give you a proper answer to that question. Meanwhile, yeah, this cave entrance has got to be right up here. Meanwhile, I'm very happy that we didn't lose that arrow. Here it is. Okay, here it is. Perfect. And we can even pop some of this beard lichen. Where is it? Where's our beard lichen? Give me the beard! We can use this stuff to make an antibacterial poultice in case we get an infected tiny little animal dagger knife bite. Alright. Here we go. And it's even light inside here. I was not expecting that. I can see them. Did you hear my question? Now, it's not so dark we actually need this, but I don't want to leave. I don't want to see... Not see. I don't want to miss any fat loot on the ground here. Looks like there might be some. And we can be quick, too, if we have the light. We can be... Oh no. Okay, no, this is a dead end. This is fine. Dead ends are fine because it means we don't need to spend an infinite amount of time to do any exploration. Aha. Well, unfortunately, if you disconnect, you aren't connecting.
Cool.
So I don't know how that can happen. Alright, is this the end of the cave? No, it just gets wetter and wetter and wetter. Okay. Ooh.
Soaked.
We got these soaked little tootsies. Cold little tootsies. Actually, this is a much larger... Aha, give me that backpack. Give me that backpack. Wouldn't have found that without the lantern on. And it was useless because it was empty. Alright. Cheeky little coal. How frozen are our tootsies? They're not too frozen. But I still don't want to spend a whole lot more time in here. This... Oh my goodness, it keeps getting bigger. Why does it keep getting bigger? The embiggening is not what's supposed to happen right now. And there's even a little sneak spot? Man, come on. Why do you need to keep... Oh my god, it keeps getting bigger. Leave me alone! Oh my god, it keeps getting bigger. I wonder, is this the bear cave? Is this the bear battle cave?
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I don't recognize it yet. Frozen dude. Give me that jerky. Take the flares. And that is... Ooh, that is an interesting... Interesting. That's all climbable, huh? It's all climbable, you say? I'm hoping this is a donut that loops around. If it's a donut that loops around, that means there's not another path that we missed that we're going to have to go back and check. I'm fearing that it is not indeed a donut that loops around, but I'm not ready to give up on it yet. Okay, this I did not see before. Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. Is this what I didn't go over? I think this might be... Do we have a sneak spot over this way? If we have a sneak spot... Yes, this looks familiar. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Yes, there's a sneak spot. This is a donut. We can go back. The Taurus has been explored, and we can go up that climbing zone. See where the hell that leads. Unless, is this a dead end? Please be a dead end. Okay, you are a dead end. Fantastic. Okay. And how dark is it in here? Okay, not so dark that we can't navigate. And that weird colored wall is, I think, our way out. I want to say it's probably, I hope it's our way out. I don't see anything in the darkness. The darkness! Okay. Hop up. Climbity climb climb. And double climbity climb climb. Alright, great. I was hoping for it to be a little bit less on the dark side here. But apparently, it is Luke's father. At least until the end of episode 6. What have we got? Show me what you got. Apparently what you got is an endless cavern. Some might even call it a dungeon of the infinite. Pretty decent indie game, and you can play with friends if I remember correctly. Is that? Could it be an exit? No, that's just some weird reflection. Reflection of an exit? No. If only I could be so lucky. This is... I wasn't expecting the cave to be nearly this long. I was not expecting it to be even close to this long. Where are we going, bud? Are we teleporting all the way back to Desolation Point? Or are we just going all this way for a dead end and some coal? This can't be the end, right? It said cave system. Cave system means lead somewhere else. Where did I miss my turn? Where is it? Show me my turn. Give it to me. Where did we miss it? Aha. Is it in this cheeky little spot? Interesting. We're sneaking. Ah, that looks like an exit. That looks a heck of a lot like an exit. Perfection. Now, where the hell does this go? My money's on Ash Canyon. No. World map. My money's on Timberwolf Mountain. Because this is on the south side of Blackrock. South side of Blackrock points towards Timberwolf.
I need to drop.
Show me the money. Timberwolf Mountain. I am a god. Let's pop a chart. Actually, let's get up on... No. We want to get this cave system into the charcoal. What? Low visibility. There's a moon. Okay. Let's loiter here just long enough to get this on map. Because the entrance to Pleasant Valley is there. I want to see where we are in relation. But I also don't want to poke so far ahead that we get into any danger. Of which I imagine... Was that a moose noise? Did I just hear a moose noise? That has to have been a moose noise. That's a wolf noise. We have one scent mark. Confirm the moose. Confirm the moose. Where is it? I heard it. And that wolf didn't sound like it was so far away. Confirm the moose. If that moose is just hiding in that valley, that has got to be the most dangerous moose to hunt in all the land. Absolutely, absolutely lethal for a moose hiding location. Okay, can we see anything from over here? Anything moose-wise? Oh, I did not mean to shoot that. I did not mean to shoot that. But luckily it didn't yeet off into the distance. Oh, you know what? I bet we got trolled because even though it was bright and moony outside, it was trying to get cloudy and foggy. So we were robbed. We were absolutely robbed. Alright. Question though. Answer. We definitely drop a whole bunch of charcoal here. Because we don't need it going back. And perhaps we'll end up coming up this way and having it be useful when we're up here. For realsies. Okay, but for now, let's just pop a quick squat. Sleep for a tad. I just want to pop one single charcoal to put this cave on the map, and then we can head back. One lonely charcoal, just give it to me. It's so easy, just give it to me. Alright, delicious wolf. Okay, what are we looking at like outside? What have we got? Anything good? Oh, that's worse. No, thank you. No, thank you. I will wait that fog out. I am not trying to accidentally walk into a moose. Okay. Pastime. 4 hours. That'll bring us to practically dawn, then we can sleep until mid-morning. And everything will work out fine. Wow, waiting is thirsty work. I did not realize it was so thirsty work. Okay. Sleep, 2 hours. Probably could have squeezed a third in. We'll do it if it's still cloudy. Well, still foggy. Alright. Alright. Get me out of here. Perfect, perfect. Come on now. It doesn't get much better. Let's get this on the map. On the Mizzy. Oh yeah. And where is this in relation? I mean, it's not crazy far away. Not the most convenient, but also not crazy far away. Okay, so. Yeah, I'm content with that charcoal. Now we head back. Let's get to the substation. Alright, pick up. The one thing we don't want to do is walk off of the cliff where we want to climb down. Or get lost. We also don't want to get lost. Which I may have already done. So, let the relay... Oh yeah, there's a little sneak spot in here. There it is. It's so small. I didn't see it. Alright. But then, it should be hard to get lost. There's one donut, but as long as we don't turn ourselves around, it's fine. There's one donut, and other than that, it should just be a straight shot. I missed the turn again. The turn is a hard right after the sneaky spot. We have plenty of stamina. We can do a little bit of running, a little bit of calisthenics, a little bit of aerobics. All right, here we go. Come on, show me the currency. Show me the dosh. Okay. Light off. Climb down. Whoa. Whoa, vertigo. There we go. This way is down. Thought something weird happened. Actually kind of bright in this room, huh? Let's think. Now, there is a cave going back from Black Rock to Pleasant Valley. There is one cave. And how do we get out of here? Probably this... not this way. I guess we can walk over a little bit of ice. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, this way is where the ice is, but I don't care. I don't care about 2 little steps of ice. Especially when there's more ahead. Well, maybe that's when I should care the most.
Wet feet.
Yeah, we definitely have... Well, they're not too wet, bud. You've definitely had worse. Kind of getting low on lantern fuel. I think this is the way we go. Show me the money. Alright, perfect. The only question, do we leave the lantern here? I think the answer is no. No, we don't. We'll leave it at the substation. I don't think we'll need it in the cave going back. Worst case scenario, we just make a fire and pull a torch. Or 2, or 3. I don't remember that cave being very long. But I do remember this wolf up here having a friend. Oh, you know what? Now it's day. We'll do a slight detour to the foothills. Keep saying this is the last thing, but we will slight detour to the foothills. Last thing for real. We do have enough food and water to support this easily. Very easily. All right. See any buddies? No. Climb down. Again, see any buddies? No. Climb down. And hop. Okay, there's that wolf. We'll go around this way. I guess this is the way he came up. And maybe even with a little bit of a quickness. Strong suspicion of more wolves ahead. We'll see if we can hide. Very strong suspicion. Climbing zone? I wasn't expecting to see this here. Although I suppose it makes sense because we're high. Yeah, it does make sense. Alright, never mind. Ignore what I said. On the upside, Papa Char. Nice. And in fact, I remember this spot. There's a body that you have to come find in the campaign over here, I think. I do remember this place now. Let's see if it's still there. But if we follow this valley, it will eventually lead us to the road right next to the bridge. If we can make it that far. Let's also pick up some beards while we're here. Cave. What you got in here, bud? Got anything interesting? Or maybe just some firewood? Hatchet, don't need it. Gloves, we'll take it because it's an easy way to get cured leather. Driving gloves, they're the lightest thing that I know. Don't need, well, never hurts to have a coal or two. Especially because we have 3 kilos free of carry weight. Alright. Hit this beard. And we'll head over. Pop a charcoal at the corner. The corner of this valley where it turns to the right. Alright. Can we sneak? No, we're stuck. Okay, we unstuck. Okay, no scent marks, but last time we were here, there was a wolf. Closer to the road, but there was a wolf in this area. Oh, is this a dead end, or... That's a dead end. Okay, vantage point. What do we see? We see rabbits. We see some kind of broken wood over there. Alright, we're going over that way through the hole. Where are we? We're probably right around here. So it's not yet time to pop a charcoal. Let's check this debris down here. And nothing good. We'll pop a charcoal at this overpass, the overhang. And if it's a dead end, we can head back up the valley. It looks like it's clear. If it's not a dead end, we'll see where this goes. Looking... That was a weird noise I just heard, but it's looking like a dead end here. What have we got? Oh, that was nice. I'm actually wondering, is there a climbing zone to get down into the ravine from here? There is. Of course there is. Well, let's get it on the map. I don't think we'll actually go down. The ravine, there shouldn't be anything really worth mentioning down in the bottom of this ravine anymore. Now, we haven't really checked this bend in the ravine. But I'm confident enough to leave it. Okay. That's perfect. I declare this map explored. Let's get back to the substation and get ready to head back to Pleasant Valley. No point in saving fatigue now. Yeah. Unless there's no way down from over here. I don't think there is. But at the same time, that was too easy to walk up for there to be nothing. Yeah, no, I'm not risking getting down there. So we'll go the long way. Okay. Still looks clear. And there's something dead up there. Is it a person or is it a wolf? Only time will tell. Well, time and actually looking at it. Or is it a deer? It could be a deer. And it's a deer, which we don't need. Unless it has an arrow in it. It did not have an arrow in it. We got some owoos somewhere over there. Which are hopefully not our problem. Yeah, deer, we must be safe here. That's our buddy from the bridge from earlier. And no wolves all the way down that road, huh? Interesting. Hopefully we haven't been away for so long that there are new wolves in that compound area to our south. But I don't know. I do not know. There's only one way to find out, I suppose. I hear distant owoos, but I can't triangulate. Alright, come on, show me what you got. Actually, don't show me what you got. Don't show me anything. Clear and clear. Okay, I maybe hear something over to the left, but it sounds big. Too big for a wolf. And it's nothing. It must have been just noise. Okay. No wolves on the road. If we're quick about this, we might be clear all the way to the substation. No wolves. No wolves. Yeah, deer. We must be safe. Certainly. Surely we're safe. Surely nothing bad can happen to us now. Did I just hear a bark? What was that noise? What the heck was that noise? Not ready to leave yet, but we'll sneak around to the left here. Oh, that's a bear. That is a B-E-A-R bear. Okay, surely you're not still drawing aggro or getting more aggro, right? Yeah, you're just chilling over there. Let me go around. And unfortunately, risk these wolves. Come on. I definitely hear pitter-patters up that cliff. So, this is not the time to be slow. I don't like how I keep hearing bear noises. I really don't like it. Where did Buddy go? Alright. Alright, I think we got it. No, I'm not even going to say that. I'll never say that. And, oof, hop. Let's go this way. Okay. Safe. Safe. Finally safe, my goodness. Okay. Alright. That's great, but what about this new bow? Alright, here's what we do. Here's what happens. This bow gets left. We leave this bow behind. The low condition bow. And we leave 2 arrows. 2, well, a low condition arrow and a high condition arrow. As much as it pains me to do, and it is very painful, we can make a new bow out of, he says, 1 sap, 2 guts. All right, let's get to before we get too tired, or before that bear comes back. Okay, crafting. Bow me, baby. Hunting knife, hatchet, improvise. Yeah, I guess we can... So 5 hours, that should only be 5% off of our knife's condition. Unfortunate to lose a 100% condition knife, but... You know, it's got 100 hours of crafting left to go with it. So... I'm not going to lose too much sleep over it.
It's making me feel tired.
Alright, you know what? This is actually kind of nice. We can almost sleep until dawn. Okay. This is a great place to end it. Here's what we do. We make sure we're not carrying junk, like, for example, this coal. We make all of our beard lichen poultices out of our beard lichen. Drop almost all, but not quite all of the sticks. Ensure our well-feddedness. 33 out of... We don't need this many charcoals. We can put some inside, maybe a half kilo. No. We're not going to need any charcoal until we hit Timberwolf, and that's not going to be for a while. So toss all those in. That's 1 more kilo. Driving gloves, we can break some stuff down. Break you down. Actions. Harvest. Oh yeah, there's the goods. Oh, also, you know what? These pelts. These guys are going to be cured. 1 rabbit pelt, 2 rabbit pelt, and 2 rabbit pelt, and maybe also some gut. Oh, only 1 rabbit pelt. That's nice. Means we can fix this hat.
I feel really tired.
Fix the hat. Fix it. And repair. Only 36 minutes, too. And it'll bring us all the way back to 100%. That is amazing. Love to see it. Alright, that's good. Crampons we can keep until those break. Food, water, things are mostly fine. We are going to need to pick up more food. And the question is, do we leave a bedroll here? I think we might leave the bedroll here. We'll pick up... Hold on, I saw a bedroll in a cave. Where was that? Where was that cave bedroll? I don't remember. We'll leave this bedroll here. We'll get back to Pleasant Valley in 1 shot tomorrow. Keep the cured leather. Don't need so much cloth. But there's also cloth here still, so we can keep this cloth, maybe even make a... Well, we can make bandages now. No, we can make wound dressing now. Which is good for we have an antiseptic here, but maybe we drop a dressing too. How many dressings do we have? We have 4 dressings. I'm okay with only having 3. That is a fate that I can live with, especially because we have all this antiseptic here. Alright. Perfect time to fall asleep. Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. Well, don't need it yet. Bandage we can make later. We already have a few. Anything else worth dropping? Maybe? Well, let's see what the weight situation is when we wake up. We can definitely drop at least 1 kilo of these flares. But I wonder how much stuff we're going to be holding. We're going to be carrying in the thing with that thing. Also getting low on water here. I wonder how much weight we have in our locker. Our promised we'll pick up stuff later locker. Okay. Check it. 16 kilos. Which would bring us up to 46 kilograms of mass here and no food and water. All right, here's the plan. This is not a lot of water here. We leave the water here. Can't leave the water here. Gonna need to drink some. Okay. We leave the rest of the water here. That'll leave us with about 4 kilos free if we want to stay under 50 kilos total. We can get 3 kilos of either bear meat or venison. And that certainly, well, 100%, that will last us all the way to the Forester's Hermitage, which is our midway base. I don't remember how much we left there, but we certainly left stuff there. Food and drink. And I believe with whatever is left there, we can make it the rest of the way back. Okay, so let's grab a save. Just real quick. Make sure we get it. There we are. And let's call it there. As you can tell, my voice is getting a little bit husky. Not unlike some of the wolves that have been hunting us today. All right, so, party people, if you've been sitting around with me for this long, you certainly know it, but I'll still say it. I've been Yuchi, and goodness knows I've been trying. I'll see y'all on the proverbial flip side.